Alright. Hello, Stargazers. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you are all doing well today. Why does it say that we have that much ad to go? I just ran 3 minutes intentionally. Please tell me that's wrong. Please. I really hope that's wrong. I don't want it to say 1 of 6. I just ran 3 intentionally. Goodness. Hello, hello MG9. Hello, Madness. Hello, Kusagi. Hello, Raptor. Hello, Zwa. Hello, Echo. Hello, White Zangetsu. Hello, Breezely Bear. And hello, Uncreative. How are you guys doing today? And hello, Fox. It is nice to see you guys. Hello. Can somebody tell me, are Twitch ads running right now or not? Or, like, it should end in 10 seconds, hopefully? Because it says 2 out of 6 on one end and it says 7 seconds on the other. So I don't know if I did this correctly. Knight, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Vessa, thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well today. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. I just realized that my logo is in an absolutely terrible place. I'm gonna have to adjust that, actually. You know what? Here, hang on. Can I do that real quick? Can I just, where is my logo? Do I have a logo somewhere? Where is it? I actually don't know where it is. Where is, there we go. Should be here. We're gonna move that here, I guess, for now. Just so names show up, I guess. Ascaria, hello. Welcome in. Alright, so hopefully we should be... Why? Is it gonna run ads twice? I swear. I thought we were good. I'm so confused right now what it's doing with the ad system. Jeez, I'm sorry, Twitch. I tried to make it not play ads early, and it's acting weird. So I'm not really sure what's going on. Hopefully it's okay. But Ascaria, hello, welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Maximum Star Bunnies? I don't really mind. I could forgo the ad money. I'm just trying to make it so that I get rid of the pre-rolls. That's my main thing. Shin, hello, welcome in. Which app are you using for Android emulation? Google Play. So like the quote-unquote official one, I suppose. Let's see. Actually, I don't, you know, let me just remove the logo. I don't like it right there. I need to have some sort of call out at some point. Bees off, hello, welcome in. Alright. Okie doke, okay. So, what we are going to be doing is we are going to be doing a master study. For those of you who don't know what a master study is, I'm trying to replicate the exact existing official piece. So this is going to be a Rainbow Six and Arknights collab master study. I know they did a collab at one point. I don't know anything about Rainbow Six, and I barely know anything about Arknights. So I just asked for no story spoilers for like general Arknights stuff. For Rainbow Six, I just don't know nothing about it. They did 2? Oh dang. But yeah, I'm hoping that... Bloodclaw, hello, welcome in. I wanted to do this piece because even though I know nothing about the game, I know that I have a friend who is very, very dedicated to it, or has a history with it. So I wanted to do something that I thought that they would appreciate. So we're gonna hope that that goes well today. We're gonna see how that goes. Let's see. This is gonna be... I'm gonna try to get the general background at the moment here. This is probably more of a open slate. It's kind of bright here. Alright, that's good so far. R6 is just counter-terrorism unit doing training exercise. The characters are so fun. I mean, I know nothing about the characters or the storyline, but it seems like the characters seem fairly well developed. Let's see here. Is this like... I'm trying to figure out what color this is. It's very, very muted, but maybe it's even more muted than this. It's hard for me to... I guess that's fine where it is right now. Let me just move on to the sketch then. Operation Originium Dust is surprisingly good introduction story-wise since you need regular people, all the Terra stuff? So... From what I understand with the collabs, right? Like, they're very limited, and then once the collab time ends, you can't replay those stories, correct? Or can you? I'm just gonna try to get the head shape here. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, that's what I figured. So, probably, nothing that I'll ever explore. I don't know, maybe I'll see, like, a YouTube review of it someday. But I do know that somebody in the group said that this was a character they admired a lot, and I know somebody who likes Rainbow Six, so that is why we are doing this piece today. Arknights has such huge lore, I just want some mega big lore book. After 5 years, I'm lost. Oh dear. Isn't there a book that's coming out? I thought I heard people talking about that there actually is, like, a big, or at least some sort of encyclopedia, maybe? I remember people talking about that there's something happening for that kind of, some sort of book coming out. Let's see here. I'm gonna try to get her hat on here. And I need to figure out how far her, alright. How far is the head compared to the hair? That's what I need to really figure out here. I'll get the general shape of where the hair should be. And for those of you who've seen me do a master study before, you know that there's always an ugly phase in the beginning when we're still trying to figure out everything. So we're just gonna try to match where all these pieces are and how far they go in the line. And then maybe this should be a little bit over, just a little bit. Nightfall, hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you on Twitch. I'm glad I followed. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It is good to see you too. I hope you're having a good Tuesday. Definitely got a third R6 collab. The banner's very popular. We need every Russian character in the game. There's a lot of books, but in Chinese or Japanese, and that's kind of sad. I think I saw them saying that that there would be an English one for some sort of... I could be wrong. I could have sworn that I saw some people talking about that there was sort of an English encyclopedia book type thing coming out. You what? You explain to explain? What? The R6 operators, what originium is? Why people look down on the infected, why people don't use guns and other stuff. Originium dust is the name of the R6 side event. I see, I see. From simple lines to detailed portrait, feels like magic. Well, that is sort of the base of my magic, right? Is like, crafting. Is art. My gosh, the word art has so many new meanings now. I'm an art fox, but I'm not an arts fox, if that makes sense. I don't know, but people were saying, like, you know, what type of class would I be? And I feel like I would still be some sort of caster or support. I really don't know, though. Arknight art books are huge, sadly only in JP again. I could have sworn that there was one English one. Enjoying your small adventure on Arknights? Definitely envious. My life took an odd turn and detoured before I jumped in. Oh? I'm sorry that there was, unexpected detour stuff. I hope everything's alright. There will be a lore book in English, original book is in Chinese since the developer is Chinese. Okay, so there is going to be one. There is going to be some sort of, lore-based book in English. I could have sworn I saw people talking about that. I think I heard about the book too. Unsure if it was about EN translation. I'm just glad there'll finally be a PC client, yeah. And there's no ETA on that, right? Are you a Permanix enjoyer like everyone who, like, supports? I don't know enough operators' names, I'll be honest. You know, there's 300. It's gonna take me a while to learn the entire Pokedex. It's actually like 3 Pokedex. It's like 3 Pokemon regions of operators. Alright, let's see here. Where is this? Here? It's more or less around here, isn't it? I'm trying to not spend too much time on this, on the initial sketch, because I'm just gonna be painting it over anyway, but it does sort of help see, like, how far things go, how far to take things. Still love the avatar. Thank you, Nightfall. I appreciate it. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to get the intercom thing. Alright. Let me see how big it is. And where it is. I didn't quite get that right. It's about here. It's a little straighter. And then I guess it's a little bit smaller and sort of curves inward a bit here. That makes sense. And then about there, a little curvature. I'm not really good with the mechanical pieces. It's kind of the same when we were doing the firearms, right? I'm just like, if I can get it to sort of feel right, then that's good enough for me. If it just sort of feels like it's somewhat where it needs to be. You know, Amiya, do you truly need anyone else? Fair. I mean, I'm learning the beginner names. I just don't know any 6 stars. Well, I know of Siege, because I had to learn Siege. And, I know Saria, which I have. I know, Exusier. I don't really know many beyond that. Neural. I really only know the 3 stars. I think, mainly. I still end up seeing ops I never knew existed sometime. I can see that, honestly. I kind of regret not trying to roll, for Vulpes Folia, just because, you know, Fox bias. How's the intercom working here? It was a little hard to see. It's like dark colors on dark colors. But I don't know, I feel like my gacha luck was used up on a Madoka game. So I feel like my gacha luck would not be good enough to roll for anybody. 400 pages of calcit yapping. Let's see here. Alright. That's more or less where I want it to be. I don't really need to focus as much on that. I need to get a little bit of the fist speaking out, which you can't see because of my ears. Let me see if I can move this a little bit. Ah, there we go. Make it a little easier. And then we will also move this over. There seems to be more of a space here. You'd be surprised how pitiful Arknights gacha can be sometimes, how ruthless it can be other times. Well, how am I supposed to judge from that then, if it's both at the same time? Just means you've been charging your gacha luck since you stopped playing that game? Exactly. Exactly. I'm charging the gacha luck, but I can't use it yet. I can't roll anything yet. And I feel like I don't need, like, the nice thing from what I've heard from you guys, right, is that you don't need multiple of a character. If you just get one, you're good, unlike, Genshin or something. So, like, I'm fine. I want the Fox family. I want the Fox family. I'm trying to figure out, like, who I want to invest in. And I get it, like, you know, different stages you end up swapping people. I think that's the main thing I'm learning is, like, oh, I need a lot of these characters that I've never used just for this one stage. And none of them are leveled. Yeah, you got it, Vessa, you got it. Vessa, if you look at the video description, yeah. Exactly. 100%. Arknights was so broken in the first year, everyone was farming for broken ops to break stages. Goodness. Arknights gacha is making sure you have characters. Problem is when you have someone specific that you want. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm getting. It's like, oh, you know, you'll have what you need to play. You just won't have who you're after. That's kind of what I'm getting. Cuz like the banners, right? They have so many like other characters on the banners. I was looking at which one was it? I want to say, if I have the name right, Pozemka. I was looking at that banner because I really like the pink wolf, and then I was like, my chance is kind of nowhere for that, so I'm not even gonna bother. So yeah, I've been saving everything, not spending anything. Saria's OP for first player, she's best defender in the game. That is really good to know. So like, I don't feel bad about like putting resource into her then. Bagpipe is the only character that really wants pots for high risk content. I'm not sure what that means. The good thing for you is that Vulpes is not limited. So there's chances she can spook you as an off rate. You could also just save after months so she comes back in the future as standard. I'm still a little confused how that works in terms of like, standard banner and, rate up banner and all those banners. And I know that people say to not roll for the Colonel banner where you can pick who you want, but wouldn't that be your best choice? And I know people say to not roll it. But, like, there's a part of me who was like, oh, should I have done that? It doesn't come around for another few months. So, like, I'm still, like, not really sure how it works. I also don't understand the difference of the word rate up. Because, again, I'm not used to gacha. I'm not used to gacha terminology. Kernels for old operators? Yeah, so if there's like, I mean, Suzerain, she'd be considered older, right? Alright. Trying to pay attention to what I'm doing here. Don't do the kernel banners. I keep hearing people say that. I'd rather save than randomly spend anywhere. Wait, what? At least try to do 10 roll in each banner for the guaranteed 5 or 6 while you're building up. See, the thing with those is I'm waiting until the banner has somebody I want, because it says, like, you know, guaranteed 5 or 6 only the first time. So there's only, like, I noticed there'd be a banner that I hadn't rolled on, and I'd be like, okay, but it changes. It changes who's on there. So I should just wait until there's somebody on there that I would want to go for. At least that's how I interpret it. People saying don't roll on Colonel mainly do it from the perspective of veterans? That's fair. Colonel's fine if you don't have any ops yet. When the banner changes, the 10 pull resets. Wait, what? Oh, it does? Wait, I don't get what you're saying. So when it says, like, first time, it's, like, for any of them? You just get 5-star better in every 10 pulls? Then why does it say first time only? Wait, that's confusing. Alright, how far is this? About here, maybe? It goes pretty far, I think. Every time the banner changes, it resets, so the first 10 pull guarantee 5 or 6. Oh! Okay. I see. Well, it's still best to wait then, right? I think it would still make sense to wait then. Because I mean, okay, the currency for pulls is a lot more generous than other games, but it's still not easy to get. Every 2 weeks, every new banner, new 10 pull guarantee. I see. New operators are usually stronger, that's why people don't recommend Colonel. Oh, because like meta changes and everything, right? Isn't that mainly for if you're like playing for meta? The currency is easy once you unlock Annihilation. I do have Annihilation, I'm just too terrified to go into it. And I was already told that I'm not ready for Annihilation anyway. So it unlocks really early, but I don't think I'm ready to try it. Waifu over meta? Exactly. Still wouldn't recommend to just go spend everything on anything you see. Oh, no. I'm very much a saver. I'm very much a saver, don't worry. I'm also trying to see if the, what is it? Not, oh my gosh, the names are confusing. So, okay, Headhunt is gacha, and Recruitment is non-gacha, right? I'm still waiting to see if I can find suzerain in the, when you get the special label that I haven't seen yet. I don't know how often that is, though. Probably very rare. Her ability to resist spending money and currency is legit terrifying? No? No, I'm just like, you know, okay, you've seen the jokes about the gamers that are like, I'm not gonna use this because I might need it later. That's me. That's how I play. You've seen those comics where someone is like hoarding every item until the very final boss. That's me. That's absolutely me. Just like, I might need this, I can't use this now. And you know what? In some cases it pays off. Right? Like, I don't know, either being able to learn playstyle better, or not wasting something because you didn't know what it was, or, you know. I still think that makes the most sense for me anyway. Top operator is weird. Recruitment luck seems to be seeded, as occasionally everyone gets high rarity recruitment, while other time it seems to not happen to anyone. It's a little rare. Could get the special tag multiple times a month, or we won't see it for a few months. I see, I see. Name 26 times it paid off? Off the top of my head? Nah, you gotta give me time to write an essay, man. When does it pay off? When I don't die as frequently, because I am not constantly running out of resources. One thing to look out for, this is just me being silly, current background OST will be added as a background. You can place instead of the current one with the speed. Oh, this one! Oh, this one is gonna be, like, able to be, what do they call it? Lobby? Lobby music? Is that like a thing that you pay for, or? Because this one is really nice. Alright, I think everything here is pretty much solidified. It's free? Oh, that's good to know. People, wait. Recruit system is useful to get certificates. You can get senior operators and top operator tags. Senior operators 5-star, top operator 6. I haven't seen the tags though. I've been looking, but I haven't seen any. People usually forget about gold certificates in the shop for some reason. You can outright buy with game currency operators. I have seen that, but I know that rotates too, right? I think when I started playing, it was Golden Glow, and I was like, oh man, that would have been nice at the time. If I had known earlier. Alright, let's figure out the hair here. Wait. The face is what I need to pay the most attention to, so I have to be careful that I don't ruin the face. And then here, okay. Things you still have to roll to get golden certificates, which he doesn't. You're not, like, you're not wrong. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the catch-22, right? But I don't know, if I saw somebody in the shop that like, if Suzerain was in the shop, right, then I would just, like, That's probably still wouldn't be enough. You need like 100, right? Or something crazy. You know, as your recruitment, you have to get lucky with tags. Yeah, I've not seen anything. I've at least got enough Orchid to fill her potential to max, though. So that's a thing, at least. 180? Oh my gosh. You just want the Fox? Yes, that's what I've been saying. Yes. Yes, Fox bias. 100% Fox bias here. I want the whole Fox family. I'm jealous that you got both when you started up. When you started your game over again. That you were able to somehow pull both in 11. That's still insane to me. Alright, let's see. Well, in the back? Yeah, you're right. No spoil- Oh, okay, that's stream- I'm reading off stream elements, yeah. I got blessed for having to remake my entire account, I guess. That's fair, yeah. That's honestly fair. I wonder if Dual Thrones was able to ever get his back, because I didn't know he played, but he was trying to get his back as well. I don't know if that ever happened, though. Alright, I need to make sure that these eyes are the correct shape, because that is usually where I go wrong. Let's see here. But yeah, if any of these songs are like story spoiler based, don't tell me, don't let me know. I don't want to know. I just think they sound pretty. And I intentionally didn't grab any songs that said things like, you know, chapter 8 and beyond or something crazy. So if they are spoiler based, don't tell me. I don't want to know. I hate that I got 4 copies of Vulpes Folia while I don't have the Jobless Woman. Oh dear. There will be a rerun of Swillensturm in the Harps. I'm not gonna know how to say that. Very interesting. Hello, Kaku. Welcome in. If I may briefly tangent to a different gacha, Honkai Star Rail updates today. I'm looking forward to Hyacine. She's pink and she has a unicorn. Okay, that's really cute. At some point you'll have a lot of Yell certificates. I have over 400 right now. Spoiler, the sun is for the hit game Arknights. Oh my gosh, Vesta. Yeah, but over 400, that means you had to do 400 rolls of extras, right? And if they're new, wait, if they're new, do you still get them if you don't have the operator? Or is it only if it's a duplicate operator? Because that means you had to do 400 rolls to get there, right? Yeah, I heard people talking about this event. I think people were saying that I should try, but I don't know. Alright, the hair's actually getting in the way now. Let me see if I can figure out where the eyes are supposed to lay. It takes me a while just to, like, set up the lines, because everything else flows after easily. It's just the lines are hard to get right. Which is, you know, kind of the most important part, is to make sure the face doesn't look awkward. Recruitment for 4-star dupes also gives. You get a bit when you first recruit? If you have them when they're 4 or higher, you get gold. Okay, so, like, chances are I'm not going to get any gold certificates anyways, because I don't have anybody. So the chance of that happening is really, really low to begin with. Let's see. Alright, and then the mouth. The mouth really has to be right because of the intensity of this expression. And I think I've explained before, mouths are really hard because they're so subtle. Like, whenever you're drawing this kind of thing, like, the lines matter so much because of how subtle they are. And if you don't get it right, then it doesn't look good if you don't get it right. Like here. There's a little bit of a point to the chin, I think. How's that? It's a little bit longer, actually. Yeah, it's a little bit longer. Just gonna see if I can drag this a little further. And then leave enough room for the intercom. Let's see here. And then try to make it more or less about here. Nope. It's not right. Should be a little bit smaller, maybe. And then here, maybe? So then this hair needs to be much lower, too. And then probably here? Maybe this is too far. This is why it's hard to do that initial sketch, because everything has to line up correctly, you know? Alright. The way it works is, new op gives 1 gold cert, and depending on the rarity of the duplicate, they give varying currency. 4-star dupe gives 3 green certificates. If you already have a maxed pot, you can sell the 4-star for 1 gold certificate. Okay, wait. When you guys are saying pot, is that short for potential? Oh, okay. I didn't know what you guys were saying before. Someone else said something with pot, and I'm like, what? Like a pot of greed? Like, what is this? Okay, potential. I see, I see. Actually, wait, no, I want to change my answer. We're talking about earthenware. I thought you meant like a pot, like a pull, like I don't know, like a pot of currency. I don't know what I was thinking. Like, you know, you pull all the money together in a large pot. Are we more or less good here? I think we're more or less. More or less. It's not... Can't get it 100%, but... I think this is good enough that I can start adding color. Because I'd like to move on to color. Ah! Okay. Come on. There we go. Okay. I want to move on! Let me just... How do I want to do this, actually? Yeah, I'll quickly draft in, like, yeah. Do this, I'll just quickly draft in, like, where there should be color. And it can be loose, that's fine. I'm just trying to make it so that it doesn't, have any looseness. The transparency doesn't mess us up. So that's fine. Here. And I'll probably, yeah, that's fine. And then I'll just, let's see. It's probably done with neutrals in the beginning, so Yeah, that's what I wanted to avoid. See, it shows that you don't have the whole thing colored in. There we go. That's good. That's fine. We'll start with that. Pod is MMO shorthand for potion. It threw me off a bit too. Fair enough. Considering operators are terminally ill, we're probably potioning them too so they can live a little longer. Oh, jeez. Events are recommended to do. They have way higher rates for dropping material, and you get free operator for being the 4th stage. I don't feel like I'm at the point where I can beat anything, though. Like, anything that is, I don't think I can beat anything that is, like, event-based for main players. This time it's different? These streams always make me miss drawing. Oh, Kaku! Draw things! Draw things for fun! Draw things for no stress! Draw things to relax! I believe in you. Well, okay, how bad is it, like, for a beginner? I would say that the hardest thing that I've done so far was trying to get the medals for, upgrading operators. So I think I needed that for Pinecone and Doberman. Doberman's was probably the hardest one that I've done. So I don't know if that has any comparison. You get the operator for making music? Wait, what? You give it a shot nonetheless. Early stages are meant for new players to dabble in. That's fair. Hello, hello, Sahira. Welcome in, welcome in. The event gives you the operator in a minigame. Oh, okay. Interesting. So wait, is the minigame kind of like the one that was in the Carnival? Is it kind of like those? And, like, I can skip the story if I want to wait until I do that later, right? Even if it, wait. How does the story unlock work? Because I don't want to just jump between different stories when I'm still working on main. I don't know, I'm still trying to figure out how to balance that. Alright, let's see, yeah, here, why don't, trying to figure out how to do all this crazy hair. I guess I'll just leave this here. And then we will try to see if I can... What base color is this? It's like a very dull gray, very warm gray. Alright, something like this, probably. If I go outside of the boundaries, then I'll just fix it later. You can skip the story, it's tied to the prior story. Okay, I definitely want to do that then. I definitely would want to skip that. Each minigame is different depending on the event. You can skip story and play the event later as it's added permanently. That's what I was wondering about, is if it gets added permanently. I think it was like if you play one stage of anything, then it'll be added permanently. As long as you do, like, anything. Or after a year anyway, or something like that. Got like her arm here. It's probably a little bit darker than I have it. Maybe something like this. You can't really see when I'm working on that side, I'm sorry. Let's see. How much more can I pull this over? Not there we go. More or less. If you play the event after a year, you get to play it at any time. You have to unlock it with free currency, which you can have 2 of. Refreshes every Monday. I see. It's added permanently after the rerun, but this is the rerun. Oh, okay. So after this, then it will be permanent. Okay. You have to clear the first 8 to 10 stages to get the entire side story, but you can do that at any time, right? Like, once it's rerun, you can complete that at any time, right? Like, at your leisure. I don't have to try to do 8 to 10 stages at my level, right? Because I don't think I can. Like, I literally just don't think I can. Kaku says, I think I'm definitely gonna try to get into art again. Absolutely! Kaku, please do! I would really, really love to see. And you know that we will support you all the way. Let's see. Make this a little bit brighter. Not that bright. Ugh, this is hard to match. This is hard to color match because it's all just grays. It's all just grays on gray. And Kaku, you're always, like, I know that, I know it can be intimidating, but you're always free to post your work in the server. Absolutely. If you ever want to, you're always welcome, but no pressure. This is, like, a really hard to match gray-green. Oh, this reminds me back when I was doing Star Wars stuff and we had to match the colors. And it was always grays because Star Wars. Make that maybe a little bit more saturated teal. It's all gray, always has been. You probably could do them if you used the E2 ticket and borrowed another operator. Ugh, I don't want to do that though. I really don't want to do that. You can do it even after doing one stage without unlocking it when it becomes permanent. Okay, that's all I need to know. Yeah, I'm not gonna try doing that. I'm trying to get by without borrowing anybody. Just to see, like, how far I can do that. And, I mean, it's good habit, right? If I ever want to use the auto-deploy anyway. And I'm also just trying to do it on my own just to understand things better. Yeah, might make things a lot harder, but that's okay. It's okay with me. The YouTube ticket is purely for people who want to rush the new content, I see. Yeah, I'm even, like, at first I was like, you know what, I think I will probably, like, use it with Amiya, and then, like, considering she's, like, there from the very start, I'm like, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just save it entirely, because, I feel like she'll probably get to E2 on her own at that rate. So I feel like there's no point in using it immediately on anything, really. This is what I say, I like to hoard things. I like to save and hoard. To Vessa's dismay, maybe, but... all the textures and dimensions on the close of card. It is a little bit tricky, yeah. I'm trying to go shape by shape, and I think it's also, camo printed. So it is a little hard to follow. So like I said, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get there, like, entirely, but, you know, we can get pretty close, I think. This really helps a lot, like, doing these studies really helps a lot in understanding, how the color theory behaves. Like, using these grays and saturation and everything, it's really helping me figure out, like, how the artist intends for the intensity of the color. The other thing I'm trying to learn is using, selection tool to get really hard edges, because I think that's what a lot of people do as well. Because my edges are usually way too soft for my liking, and these are really hard edges. Alright, I'm gonna get rid of this line, I think, so I can see what I'm doing easier. Camo doing its job. To raise the weekly annihilation limit, it's really worth using to support. I mean, okay. Wait, but... Wait, doesn't Annihilation also have auto-deploy? Or is that, like, not... I thought that was kind of the point of it? I don't know. Am I even ready to attempt that? Or should I wait on that? I feel like I should wait, but I don't know. Amiya's daughter must protect and raise daughter. That's what I'm thinking, right? Like, I don't know. I see it as, like, automatically fully evolving your starter Pokemon, and that doesn't sit right with me. Because it's like, you know, that's who you literally start off everything with, right? So I feel like I should just go through the motion and raise and, like, just, you know, raise her naturally, so. Probably not gonna use the E2 on anything for a while. I don't really feel the need to. What is this color? It's really desaturated. First clear increases the limit, so you might want to use them to increase the weekly limit, basically. Oh, wait. If you're auto, you can go for a simpler stage. Wait, I'm a little confused. 99 potion in the endgame, gang? Yeah, exactly. First clear increases the limit. You might want to use them to increase the weekly limit. Doesn't it start at 400? Or does it get to 400? That was my understanding of it. I could be wrong, though. Trying to do my best to not color pick. Not easy. Keep wanting to color pick, but I'm trying to avoid it. You're not ready for full clear annihilation? You can definitely do 200 to 300. You have to defeat a lot of enemies. Even if you don't defeat all, you get part of the rewards depending on how good. Wait. You want to repeat it 5 times in a row? And waste 2 hours of your life manually doing it? Go ahead. Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean doing it manually? That's what I'm trying to... Wait, I'm confused now. Yeah, it is grim. It is. Oh, wait. I mean... We'll explain or you'll see when you do it, don't worry. Yeah, I'm a little confused. It seems a bit complicated. We were throwing words at you that you don't fully understand. A little bit, yeah. Just a little bit. That's alright, though. You have to defend a horde of 400 enemies. You get Orndom based on how many enemies you defeat. That is about as much as I understand at the moment for it. I mean, it can't be impossible if it literally opens to you early on, though, right? Unless people just try to brute force it. Because if it was impossible, then the option itself wouldn't open after clearing, what was it, like 112 maybe? I want to say it opened after I cleared 110 or 112, or whatever it is. So, I mean, the earliest part of it can't be impossible if it opens. Daily missions give 1 item to farm annihilation immediately once, 7 per week. Beyond that, it's farming as normal. That's the PRTS ticket, right? Most people have forgotten first annihilation is a lot easier than the later ones. That's fair. $110 unlocks basically the entire game. Oh, I see. 100 is super easy, 200 is still fine, 350, 375, 400 is where it gets difficult. I see. I did first annihilation with only Elite 0 max level 5 years ago. Took some effort, but not worth the stress. It might be interesting just to see what it is. mean, I think, like I was saying before, I think the hardest thing I've done so far was the emblem challenges for E1 for Doberman and Pinecone. Those, I think, are the hardest things I've done so far. I don't know where that's considered on the line, though. Alright, we're gonna try to get this color in here. Have our brightest brights and our darkest darks. Yeah, the chip stages, yeah. Great warm-up for R6. I expect to see great moves. I don't play R6. I'm doing this for a friend. Well, I'm doing this for a friend and it was suggested in the server, so, you know, kind of 2 in 1. Trying to get the shading here, though. They're surprisingly tricky with only E0 and E1. Yeah, they definitely are. Wolfie, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Annihilation needs to have sufficiently leveled operators to easily clear it. Well, I'm not expecting it to be easy anyway. More so in knowledge and team build check. Interesting. The game won't throw you a lot of AoE caster enemies in the first Annihilation, right? Jeez. Yeah, that was definitely irritating. I think I saw someone basically say, like, it's not worth attempting until you've cleared the, stage 2. Or chapter 2, I mean. We'll see. We'll see anyway. That's Ella, not Siege. I see what you did there. Annihilation 3 made me suffer hair loss with only Elite 1 max. Oh dear. Goodness, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's worth attempting, right? At some point. I don't know, there's so many different events and things happening that I never know what is worth trying as a beginner and what you just should stay away from. It's hard to tell. Ekojin, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day today. You have Sarah, she makes 50% of the tame easy, the other 50% is pain. From what I can tell, Saria does seem to sort of, be my, golden ticket of survival. Alright, should be good here on the shadows. And this gets a little bit darker where the fold is. Sarah's an insane get. I mean, she is in one of the tickets as well, right? I think there was some beginner ticket that maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was a beginner ticket that would allow you to get her as well, but I could be mistaken. I haven't used any of those tickets. Alright, what? Oh. Don't go on the background. Need you in the foreground here. I really need to push the contrast. I get too fearful of hard contrast in paintings. I need to get over that. Because what makes this so good is the contrast, right? I can't get myself to add enough contrast. You have to go, like, almost painting with pure black. Let's see here. And the same operators as the newbie banner, which gave you Sarah. Yeah, that's what I figured. Return on investment is great. That is good to know. That is good to know. I got a question. What can you do if some parts of the painting look desaturated? I made a portrait. The face was just fine until I added the hair, which made the face look all gray. What color was the hair? I think that would be your main thing, right? Because it's kind of a mix of things. So if you're doing a painting where the character has desaturated skin tone because you added hair, then generally that probably means the hair is really saturated, right? So you probably have some sort of colored haired character, or you added a lot of saturation that in turn desaturated the rest of the piece. It's all a matter of basic compromise, or not compromise, contrast. So if a part suddenly looks desaturated, it's because you have a part that looks more saturated than your original. Does that make sense? Or any of you guys, have any of you guys seen the, what is it? The optical illusion of the chessboard with the black and white squares, and then there's a shadow cast on it, and then they look identical? It's a matter of contrast. So when something ends up looking desaturated next to something else, it's probably because the other thing is really saturated. So for example, like, this probably looks really dull until I add in these really, really bright highlights over here. And actually, I'm gonna work on the face, and I'll show you something. If I have... Let's see if I can get this right. This is gonna be a hard... Viper, thank you very much for subscribing. Thank you, thank you. Alright, this is about the skin tone, right? So if I have all the skin tone here, let's see if I can base this out real quick. It's actually more desaturated, so I'm actually gonna keep this level that I had here. And then as soon as I add this really strong highlight over here, then this is going to feel, darker. So see how this kind of feels a little bit brighter? As soon as it has something really bright next to it, it now feels darker. This sort of felt like mid-tone, now it feels like it's in shadow because of the light. Make the hair grayer? Repainting the face would be a pain. No, that's fair. Is this digital or is this traditional? But everything was brownish. Okay. So, brown hair, and is the character pale-skinned or dark-skinned? And see, this is actually really saturated, which actually is not right. This is a much more desaturated composition, so because this is saturated, everything else is going to look a lot less saturated by comparison. So I actually want to desaturate this color. I'm gonna bring it closer to a gray. Sarah's really heavy tanky operator. No one will ever take the place of Blemish. I don't know how to pronounce their name. I'm not gonna try. I don't want to be insulting. Alright, that kind of calms everything down. People keep saying that Saria heals your allies, but I haven't, like, been able to catch it in action, so I'm not really sure, like, how it works. Is it just everyone immediately next to her, or... I was trying to figure that out earlier. In the 3x3 range? She heals them when they're below 50 HP. Oh, okay. Oh, it is Blemish Shine. Okay, I didn't know if that would be right, so I was, like, afraid to say. Okay, Blemish Shine, okay. S1. Okay, so that's skill 1, right? I probably just haven't noticed. And I'm not really sure what the 3x3 range entails. Is that the cross shape, or is that directly across? She won't heal to full health. It might not look like she's healing. Oh, okay, okay. That is actually probably what it was then. So, yeah, I probably genuinely didn't notice. 3x3 in the tiles surrounding. So, what would that look like? Like 3x3. So, oh, like fully around? And then in the center? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I couldn't quite tell because, yeah, I'll try to pay more attention. I'll try to pay more attention. Alright, I need to throw on the highlights here, just so I can have a better idea of everything. This is also more muted and more of a cool gray. It's a really darker cool gray, actually. I keep having to go darker. Well, you know, to some degree, anyway. Blemish Shine is a more wide range of healing? I see, I see. How do you guys balance investing in operators versus getting new ones in gacha rolls and everything? How does the investment balance work? We don't? Left eye is off? Already? It is, isn't it? It already is, yeah. Needs to be higher. Thank you, I appreciate that. Let's see here. Yep, I see it. It's hard to figure out when it's at an angle, you know? And that messes with the rest of the sketch, but that's okay. I'm fine with that. I'll just actually get rid of that. I don't really need that right now. Needs to be a little bit wider, I think. Turbina, thank you very much for following. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day today. Hope everything is going well. Let me try to... As a newcomer, we start with 3 stars. They cost little to nothing compared to the other rarities. Pull new ones, invest in favorites. Priority list? Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Is that about right? It's about right. It's just vibes, be it meta, be it for other reasons like art or story. That's fair. Weren't you supposed to stream yesterday? Yeah, I was on, yeah, exactly. Thank you, Kaku. I do Irium streams on a different channel, because it just gets too messy otherwise. And I try to stream them on a different channel, Okay, so Irium, just to explain, Irium is an app that is not available outside of the US, unfortunately, and Japan, but that's sort of a different version of the app. So I try to multi-stream it on YouTube, but I try to separate the channels so it doesn't get confusing. Zero says, I don't know about AK. In Honkai Star Rail, the longest and most tedious part of building character is getting the right relics. Each piece has 5 stars and they're based on RNG. Is that based on needing to get more in the gacha? Is that like the constellations, I think they're called, with Genshin? Alright, this is a lot warmer, actually. Not that. Ah, this is tricky color. What color is this supposed to be? Alright. Maybe like... It's ever so slightly warmer. I thought I had it right before, no? No, I guess not. Alright, that's fine. I focus most resources on 6-star, most of the 4 to 5 are unleveled. Ah, I see. Usually people ask me to assign them homework on how to build. It really doesn't matter. Fair. Probably start the whole painting, including the hair and everything like you're doing. I started with the face and added the hair last. Digital and pale skin. Okay. Let me think about this. So... You started with the face and added the hair last. Okay. So you didn't do the hair and the face at the same time. Is this a piece that has clean line art, or is it painterly? Because if it has clean line art, it doesn't really matter which way you do it. The nice thing about doing this, where you're just sort of jumping around doing a painterly piece, is that you can mix the colors together a little bit. Kind of make sure that they play nicely together. And then if something is getting too saturated or too desaturated, you catch it earlier when you're still in the early rendering stage. Does that make sense? Because if I'm adding all of this here, like, a Masterstudy, I'm following somebody's existing color palette. It's already predetermined. But if I am... if I'm doing it on my own, then if I establish the light and shadow early, then I can sort of make adjustments based on how that looks. Didn't build 3 stars until later. I had one team for everything. Only built my other characters when those were built to E2. Oh, I see. My thing is I'm finding stages where I need certain characters that I haven't built at all. Like the, when I was trying to get, Doberman's, chip pieces, I needed so many guards and vanguards, and I didn't have enough because I usually like focusing on snipers and casters. So I just did not have enough for the stage, so suddenly I had to take all these people that I've never used before and just level them enough to work the stage. Arknights doesn't have equipment gacha. I do like that. So you have chicken tenders. No worries, no worries. I'm just happy that you are stopping in at all. I hope you're having a good day. Hello, hello. In Star Rail, the head and arm pieces have the main stat to be the same, HP and attack. You have items change substat. Oh, I see. So it's kind of like you can sort of build it in a way. And no, it's fine. I know that Sierra doesn't play Arknights. I know he's more of a Star Rail person, so that's fine. Both Discord and YouTube notifications failed. Oh no, sorry, Blank. Well, hello, welcome in. This is a piece that I kind of thought would be on the easier side, but it's still posing its own set of challenges. Mainly the variation in colors and values. I thought this would be, like, slightly easier, but it's still... Let's see if I can do that very slightly here. didn't manage to join the stream until 6 minutes in. YouTube didn't show me the stream on my live tab? That's strange. I don't... Honestly, like, the tech is so confusing sometimes and so finicky. The only solution is bringing operators like, Nora Korn, Yato, and any very low-cost operator act as the earliest blockers in the current situation. Oh, that's good to know. I'll remember that for next time. I'll remember that for next time. I at least had the, gosh, I don't remember her name because I have not used her a lot. I had the, I think Story gave me the operator who is like the firefighter girl. So I was able to utilize the terrain advantage, for Doberman's chips, because they have that area where you can try to push enemies into the holes. Shaw? Okay. Like I said, I'm still learning the names. I'm sorry. We're etching it so ever slightly to the Doom guy, Slayer Masterstudy with the violent Masterstudies. Yeah, I normally... This is not my typical portfolio, I have to say. I mean, it's great because I'm getting a huge range that I otherwise would not have. But this is, like, if you guys look at my VGen or my other works or commissions, you're gonna be like, I don't understand. This is like 2 different artists. Like, okay, I can't show this off because it's NDA, but at the same time that I'm working on, like, this piece and other master studies and stuff, I'm working on, like, a children's book illustration of a little foresty mushroom girl. It's very strange. To say that Arknights has thrown me out of my comfort zone is a huge understatement. But it's good, because I like being able to open myself to different things, especially if there's, like, you know, if there's, like, potential future clientele who normally can't find people doing these things, then it broadens my horizons a bit, you know? Allows me to tackle different subject matter and things. I have 2 artists inside me, children's book and guns and violence. Honestly, though. Genuinely, like, it's crazy. There was this one Twitter meme that was going around, and it said, like, post 2 art side by side that people would be surprised is done by the same artist. And I had a piece that was, like, of Flaffy, like the Pokemon Flaffy. So, big, cute pink sheep, holding a little crepe, and it had, like, stars and hearts in the background or something. And then my other piece of choice was a realistic skeleton of a unicorn for a rock band poster cover. Like a realistic horse skeleton, essentially. Yeah, so I'm like, when it comes to, like, Star, what type of art do you do? I genuinely never know how to answer. I never know how to answer that. Most VTubers are drawing, like, you know, the pretty cute magical girls type of characters. And I was commissioned for a character that is supposed to be from the world of Battletech. Not a mecha. I'm not great at mecha. But the, I did a PNG of the pilot. And yeah, Kaku, that was Duke Hector. The idea, as far as I understand, master studies are meant to learn something. What are you focusing on right now? So essentially what I get from doing these master studies is understanding color theory and contrast. Because so when I'm doing the master study, I would learn a lot less if all I did was color pick and then draw and color pick and draw and color pick and draw. So what I'm doing is I'm looking and I'm comparing, and then every time something is like slightly off, I'm adjusting it. So I get the idea of like, okay, this is actually a lot duller than it should be. This has a lot more contrast. This highlight is actually supposed to represent like, almost like a snarl, so that has to have a certain shape to it to deliver that feeling. This gets a little bit darker as it gets closer to her nose. I'm going to take the existing color that I picked, and then I'm going to go a little bit lower, and then I'm going to try to add that in, and it's kind of a soft gradient, so I'll blend that in together, and I'm noticing different values, I'm noticing different subtleties, different highlights. This has a stronger saturation point to it, so I'm gonna pick that out, and I'm going to try to add that as I see it, maybe make it a little bit more saturated. So then when I'm doing this, I'm just constantly comparing, and then when I go to my own work, I get a little bit better about highlight and color and everything that I normally wouldn't be as strong in. Hopefully that makes sense. So essentially trying to learn from the master and trying to pick up on those subtleties. Speaking of Starlight's past content, I need to watch her Hamtaro streams. The game is really well made. I love Hamtaro so much. It is genuinely so well made. Does anyone know the reason why it's so well made? Because if you hear someone be like, ah yes, Hamtaro, a really well-made game, and you're going, the little chibi thing with the little cartoon hamsters, why would that be good? You wanna know why it's good? Because it's literally, it's literally produced by, my gosh, I'm gonna get the wrong name now that I'm trying to say this out loud. It's produced by the person behind Zelda. And I'm gonna say the wrong name because I'm trying to think it off the top of my head. I want to say Miyamoto, but I don't think that's right, but it might be right, but I'm not sure right now. But it's literally, yeah, okay, it is Miyamoto. I wanted to say Miyamoto, and then I was second guessing myself. But yeah, it's literally produced, I guess that would be Miyamoto then. So that's why it's like much higher quality than it's meant to be. Because you're right, like, it shouldn't be as high quality as it is, but it is. It's genuinely well done. Those were fun streams. I enjoyed that so much. This needs to be a little bit smaller, I think. A little bit more. I told you guys, the mouth is the hardest part to get right. If you don't get the mouth right, then everything else just feels so off. Yeah, this is a lot more subtle. Alright. It's not Miyamoto? Eiji Aonuma? Get now. if it was Miyamoto, I feel like I would have remembered. Is it Eiji Aonuma? Meanwhile, I can only draw stick figures. Hey, there is nothing wrong with only drawing. Okay, I know it's like the typical joke, right? Like, oh, I can only draw a stick figure. The Stickman animations are still some of my favorite things ever on YouTube, and people bash stick figures, but you can do a lot with stick figures. You genuinely can. There's actually the person that I'm doing this for, actually, they did this event one time for their channel, and they were like, you know, they were like, I can only draw stick figures, and they drew like a stick figure horse, and then they were like, I want to make a contest of who can do like the best version of my horse, and I did like the exact same horse, but like realistically rendered, but still in stick figure form. So essentially it just looked like a bunch of rendered Pocky or pretzels. But it was really funny, and stick figures, honestly, you still end up using it because you have to use it for composition anyway. You gotta go work, have a good day. Alright, Patata, thank you very much for tuning in, I appreciate it. Yeah, you gotta start somewhere. Also, a lot of people, like, a lot of commissioners, they're like, oh, you know, I have this idea in my head, but I can only draw stick figures. I'm like, that's still useful. That still helps me. I still understand what you're trying to go for. I need to find, like, a way to explain why stick figures are useful to people. Among Us devs started with stick figures, there you go. Or, like, look at, what is it? Look at One Punch Man, right? Alright, I'm noticing that there's more of a highlight on the face here. It gets a little brighter around here, so I'm just going to add that with an airbrush real quick. They're trying to add a highlight here, so that we have the shadow of the nose, and then the edge of the eye. Blank says, whenever I work in non-monochrome, I'm made painfully aware of the color blindness. I gotta say, it really stinks as an artist. Oh, I'm sorry. But, you know, you can still do a lot with, honestly, like, color is good to understand, but value is more important. And this piece is actually a perfect example of that, right? The majority of what I'm doing is not necessary, like, it's barely in color, right? So much of this exact piece, this is actually why I picked it, color does not carry this piece. Contrast does. Light and dark carries this piece. This is not a matter of being good at color theory. This is a matter of understanding values. Like, yes, I am adding color, but the values matter a lot more here. And you can see that, like, in the nose, this isn't dark enough. This needs to be pushed more. This needs to be a little bit darker. This is what I'm getting from the master studies, right? I'm understanding how these intensities of light and dark play off of each other. I'm seeing where the light is hitting. If I wanted to, you know, if I wanted to chest this, I could just do the whole thing in grayscale if I wanted to. But do you see how strong the light and dark of this piece is? That's what I'm trying to study. I'm trying to understand, like, how much to be pushing these values. Because color is not the most important part of this piece. Seeger says, I double-checked. Shigeru Miyamoto worked on Ham Heartbreak as the producer. Okay, so it is Miyamoto, then. Order of the Stick is a long-running Dungeons & Dragons comic where the characters are stick figures. Stick figures can be meaningful art. Yeah, absolutely, right? Especially with comics. Guess I'll be doing a master study of Ash tomorrow? Which are we talking, like, Arknights or Pokemon? That's why I like working with ink. It forces you to be decisive and bold with values. There are only absolutes, no room for middle grounds or undoing. Yeah, that's fair. I'm too scared to work in ink. Cookie says, I'm also colorblind. It's hardly a problem. I can understand if something should be darker or lighter relative to something else. I do need to work on figuring out saturation. Did you do a min study? If you guys are talking about operators, I won't know. Especially if you're using, like, nicknames or something. And if you're not, then I'm not sure. I apologize. I meant Ash from Arknights RS6. It's almost the same art piece. Oh, okay, I see. I was sent this in the Discord, so I have a Safer Work art Discord. And there's an Arknights channel in it, or it's not an Arknights channel, it's a game channel, but the Arknights people have taken over. But I have another area in a channel called, Starlight Chat, there's a thread for Master Studies. So people have been submitting Master Studies for me to consider working on during stream. This was one of them. So I don't know every character from the collab. I just know that this was one of the Master Studies I was given as a suggestion. And we'll do it again. In the past, I drew in grayscale and then used overlay layers to color them. Too bad I don't really have time and energy to draw anymore. There's really nothing wrong with that. That has, what is that? What is it called? It has a certain name. When you overlay color with grayscale, what is that called again? Shoot, I can't remember. It's not glaze. There's a specific name for it, and I don't remember now. Oh, that's gonna bother me now. It's not thick painting. That's actually gonna bother me that I don't remember what it's called. But yeah, no, that's a legitimate technique that I can't remember the name of for the life of me. There are plenty of professionals that work that way. I personally can't because I feel like the color when I do it gets really muddy. But other people do a really great job with it. It's easier for me to determine the shadow area. I'm just not good enough to draw directly with color. No, that's very understandable, honestly. There's a few pieces that I've worked on and I've been like, I really should have just done this in grayscale and then overlaid color. That would have made my life a lot easier. What is that called? It's, in fine art, I know it's called glaze, but in digital, it has a different word, and I can't remember it for the life of me. And now it's gonna bother me. That's alright. My head is saying chiaroscuro, but that's not correct. That's a type of lighting. What is it? I genuinely can't remember now. Alright, I need to add some... Whoa! Much too big of a brush. I need to add the color over here. I need to start getting the hair in, and I need to start getting the rest of the jacket in. No many ideas. It's alright. I'm just trying to figure it out. Party guy, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Trying to... Man, that is genuinely gonna bother me. I used to do it a lot, so that's why I'm bothered by it, that I don't remember the name of it. I can't do it as well as other people can. I have a book, but the book is in Japanese, so it's not gonna have the title on it that I'd be able to read. Can't remember it all. Most important part is find a method that works for you. What if other people prefer other methods? They're not you. Yeah, that's fair. I haven't found my ideal method. I think part of the reason that I'm also doing the Master Study is trying to find that ideal method. I switch methods so often, and then I don't really know what works best. I know the art that I like the style of that I want to go for, but I don't know the ideal way to get there. I've tried so many different methods, it's not even funny. You know, everyone's like, oh, I need to find my art style or whatever. It's like, I need to find my method. I need to streamline things better. I don't have a good streamline system yet. Hopefully at some point, though. It's a little bit darker. And is this picking up the light? It is picking up the light a little bit, isn't it? Make that a little bit lighter. Why can't I remember this? This is gonna drive me crazy. I don't want to stop what I'm doing just to look it up, but I'm slightly being driven mad by this internally. trying to remember. It's not overpainting. Can't remember for the life of me. Oh well. We all start somewhere. Funnily enough, that's most of the time it's the hardest part, getting started in the first place. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's also like huge fear of failure, right? A lot of people don't want to do things if it's not going to turn out good at the very start. Thank you so much for subscribing. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I need to be able to read the name. I'm sorry. I can't read your name on the screen there. But I appreciate you subscribing. I hope you're having a good day. I need to figure out how to make my overlay nicer. I have to do overlay upgrades at some point. Or at least change the color so I can read it. I support trying to look it up. Knowledge for the Vox. This is just gonna drive me crazy. Alright, you know what? Here, I'm gonna try to see if I can... What is it called? Digital grayscale overpainting. It's driving me crazy. It's... Yeah, great. Okay, so I know it's grayscale to color, but like, what is the special name? Grayscale technique. It has a different name to it. Grayscale to color word. That's just word art. That's just word art. Term? Colorize? It's not colorize, no. Colorize. It's not colorize. Monochromatic, grayscale. Ugh. You know what? I'm just gonna figure it out later. I'm going to, figure it out at some point later, and then I'll throw it in the Discord, and I'll be like, guys, I finally found it! Goodness. That's alright. Try putting it in chat? I'd try to avoid that if I can, but that's just me. Fizaf says gotta go. See y'all next stream, where I will leave mid-stream since streams are always in the evening. Oh, I'm sorry, Fizaf. I appreciate you staying as long as you can, though. It does mean a lot. So I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Thank you, thank you. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I'll look it up and have it in the Discord later. It's some terminology. Return conversation to Arknights. You may want to read some of the side stories in between main story chapters to better understand some characters. I'll have to think about that, because I'm really not sure how to balance things correctly. When I'm doing stuff off-stream, it's generally just, like, no-story training stuff. So I'm not really sure what to do in terms of balance. I'll consider that, though. I will consider that, because I don't feel like I quite have anyone... People keep saying that the side stories are also really important, and I haven't stepped into any of the side stories yet. But it would be nice to learn more about the individual operators, too. Have you seen the 6-year AK PV? The PV contains spoilers? I have not, no. I've been avoiding them. I've been avoiding them for that kind of reason. Honestly, okay, I will be completely honest with you guys. I'm slightly frustrated how easy it is for me to end up hitting spoilers because of how late I am to the game. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things where everyone just kind of assumes that you already know the basic storyline. So everywhere I turn, just for the most basic information, I'm getting hit with spoilers left and right. And I probably know more things than I should, and it's slightly frustrating. Don't feel pressured to read the story, you'll absorb AK lore through osmosis, like every other EN player. I like reading the stories, I just don't know about, like, you know, stream balance and whatnot. I'm fine reading them on my own. I just, you know, there's just a lot. We all get constantly spoiled with CN stuff. I mean, that's fair. That's probably the equivalent, yeah. But I don't want main story spoiler, and I feel like I already got it. And I'm not happy about it. At least you dodged the entire chapter 15 spoiler period. Yeah, I'm just, That's the problem with being, with being so late to the game, is everything is a spoiler. It's like, I don't blame anyone. I blame myself, but I can't go anywhere safely. Even merch ends up being a spoiler. Really like your voice acting, it's really fun, I can feel some of the emotions. I'm glad to hear that. I have a lot of fun reading the story. It is hard sometimes, on stream, but I do enjoy it. So I'm glad that you like that. I'm glad it's paying off. Thank you. It's a minefield, okay. Yeah, no, no kidding. The only way to avoid AK spoilers is just not interact with any content outside the game, because it's everywhere. See, yeah, that's the problem. When I'm either trying to look up something really basic as a new player, or if I'm trying to get information on what I'm doing a master study on, right? I'm just trying to get, like, a little bit of extra context, and then it's like, no, everything is just gone. It's really tricky. Alright, what did I do here? Something's off on the color direction, I think. Is this too large? Too high? What did I do here? Just gonna get rid of the lines because they're not helping at the moment, and then I'll try to adjust from there. Let's see. And that's the other annoying thing, right? Is like, you, as a new player, don't know what is a major spoiler and what is just like minor, no big deal, right? So that's the other thing, is like, I don't know how big of a deal it is if I see something. And like, I was debating on asking you guys, I was debating on being like, oh, is this a big deal if I know this, or is this not a big deal? And then I thought about it, and then I'm like, you know what? No, I don't want to know if it's a big deal or not. I think I would rather just, like, be blind to it. My issue is that I end up holding on to information if I think it's something I'm not supposed to know. Does anyone else get like that? Like, you see something that's a spoiler, and you're like, shoot, I didn't want to see that. And then your brain can't let it go, and you can't focus on anything else except for this forbidden information that you didn't want to know. Absolutely. Yeah. Blank says, if I traveled back in time less than 2 months, told my past self Starlight was going to do a Rainbow Six Siege art on stream, I'd probably not believe me. Blank, I wouldn't believe you either. I genuinely wouldn't. It's just been a roller coaster, I have to say. I think the person that I'm ultimately doing this for is also not gonna believe it. I only recommend PV because, I already did the master study of Executor. PV doesn't really involve any story spoilers, pure action. Oh, okay. 99% of the art you see, probably not a big deal unless it's characters dying. I have not seen any art of that. I did get spoiled with a song title, unfortunately. But, oh well. Yeah, what did I do here? Something just did not add up correctly. In terms of my overlays and everything. I'll just try to push this where I think it should go, more or less. Just so I can get this last piece here, and then I'll try to not fuss over it too much. You kind of just end up waiting and guessing when that moment happened. Yeah, that's fair. I usually just hope it eventually leaks from my brain. That's kind of what I'm hoping too, and it doesn't work very well. I'm just like, no, this thing that I shouldn't know about is now the only thing I can think about, and I hate it. I think the other, like, okay, this is the only thing I'm gonna say, and I don't want anyone to, like, comment on this if they know where I'm going. But what I've learned, I'm gonna be really vague about this, so if this doesn't make any sense, that's fine. But one thing that I learned the hard way is that, because I didn't know this, that the side story collabs can also contain story spoilers. I think. I'm gonna be as vague about that as I can, but I saw a YouTube short, right, of one of the collabs, and I was like, oh, okay, I can probably safely watch this because it's a collaboration, so, you know, there's gonna be a lot of new people who would be wanting to participate in collab stuff too, right? And then the YouTube short had a spoiler in it, and I was like, I thought I'd be safe because it's a collab. So I think that was one of the main things that I learned is like, okay, no part of this is safe. Even collabs are just spoiler heavy. And that's all I'm gonna say on that. So yeah, I genuinely can't look at like anything at all. Collab should be safe? I thought so, but I kind of feel like maybe not. "1 a.m. for me. Good night and have a great stream." Alright, NZ, thank you very much for stopping in. I hope you have a good rest of your night. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm gonna send this VOD to Ebby afterwards. She's a big R6 Siege fan. Yeah, let me hope that I can actually, like, get it done, though. Right? The world settings about it are canon. As far as involvement of said characters, R6 in this case, are not. So as long as it isn't about world setting information, then you're fine. Yeah, It was something else. It was something else, but I don't really want you guys to confirm or deny it. Because if it's not a big deal, then that's good. But if it is a big deal, I don't want to know if it is. If that makes sense. I know that's really confusing and probably slightly frustrating, but if it's a big deal, I would just rather be ignorant to that fact. Ian can't read anyway. No crown is sacred. I do like the reading a lot. I feel like I'm gonna get to some point in the story where it won't be very easy to do on stream, though. Because from what I understand, it just gets longer and longer. But, I don't know. I'll cross that road when I get there, I suppose. Trying to figure out how this camo is done. It's a very, like, blotchy camo. Very stylized camo. Reaper, hello, hello! Welcome in! How are you doing today? And thank you, I appreciate it. I hope you are having a good day so far. You look up Ellis Sprite and Arknights for the camo? I don't need the exact camo. I'm basically just trying to copy exactly what the Masterstudy is showing me. Somebody was doing the same thing when I was drawing one of the characters, with like this detail on her forehead. And they're like, oh, you can look up the sprite work. And I'm like, nope, I'm just gonna go exactly with what I'm seeing in front of me. If I was doing like fan art, then yeah, I would grab the sprite art. But if I'm just doing a Masterstudy, then it's like, alright, go with what you have. Go with what you see. Name of the game is just to really understand the color theory of it. Really understand the pushed values, really understand, like, how far the artist went for the piece. Camo's a very complex subject. Studying as whole schools of thought and different approaches depending on the country. Dang. You mean, you're probably right. You're probably right. So for this, I'm not trying to go too crazy, right? I still have to get all of her hair in there. See, now I'm the one who's adding the hair at the end. I think Cookie was saying, like, oh, I added the hair at the end, and now look, I'm doing the same thing. And let's see. See if I can add the swooshes. Swooshes of movement. Probably should actually do that until after the hair. Masterstudy is looking great. It shows effort and experience. I'm having trouble to copy things. It is because I have aphantasia. You want to know a secret? I also have, I don't have, like, full aphantasia, but I definitely have, I'd say, like, middle aphantasia. You know that thing that you've probably seen online where it's like, how well do you see an apple in your head? For me, it's just, like, kind of blurry and red, and kind of has the shape. I have to use so much reference, that's why I can do master studies, right? Because I'm not trying to come up with any of this myself. Aphantasia, for those of you who don't know, is basically, like, what you can't see in your head or can see. So there's a lot of, you'd be surprised, there's a lot of artists who have aphantasia. One of the most famous being the main animator for The Little Mermaid. They have aphantasia. It's essentially like, if you think about an apple, this is the easiest way to say. Think in your head of a red apple, right? Juicy red apple, maybe there's like some water dropping off of it. Just think about the apple in your head, right? How well do you see that apple? How realistic does the apple look? Some people see a perfect apple. It has all the texture, it is perfectly crisp. They can see every little blemish or spot or color change on this apple. Other people can't see anything at all. You ask them to imagine an apple and there's just nothing there. There's no apple. Other people can sort of see, like, the silhouette of an apple, and they know that it's supposed to be red, and I'm kind of, like, in the middle, right? I see the apple, I know it's red, I can kind of turn what looks like a low poly version of it in my head. But yeah, I can't see a super detailed apple. If I want to paint an apple, I need a reference of an apple. So some people who can't draw at all, they have perfect visualization. They can see everything. Some people who do draw, they can't see anything at all. So it's entirely dependent on the individual. So if you have aphantasia, it doesn't mean that you can't draw. It just means that you need to use a lot of reference. So, you know, never think that aphantasia is like something that stops you from drawing, because you'd be surprised that a lot of artists also have it. Some people even think that there could be a connection, but that's neither here nor there. That's not really... There's no proof of that either way. But yeah, always able to make do with what you have, right? Someone said, imagine rotating an apple in chat. My brain's stuck in a microwave. Oh my gosh, newbie. Goodness. It looks like a stock image for you? I literally see a stock image of an apple even with a watermark. Goodness. Blank says, I'm probably the polar opposite of aphantasia. I still want as much reference as possible. You need to understand how something looks or is constructed to imagine iterations upon it. That's very true, yeah. Can you touch the apple, feel the pressure of the apple, tell how fresh it is? Can you taste the apple, feel the texture, smell the apple? I don't know about that. Alright, let's try to get her hair in, because we're falling a little behind with this hair. And this was probably actually done, should I do this on a, you know what, I think I'm gonna do this on a separate layer, just because there's a lot to work with the hair. And I think I'm actually going to make a mid-tone instead of a highlight, because that would be an easier way to block everything out. So yeah, I also have a huge amount of aphantasia. Not full. Full means you just can't see anything. There is no apple. It's just, there's nothing there. So I don't have it fully, but I have it enough that it's not clear what I'm drawing. Like, if I have to draw an apple, if I was to just do this real quick, and I'm gonna have to cut this out of my recording at some point, if I'm not looking at a reference, it's like, okay, I know there's an apple, and I know it's gonna have some form of shading, right? I know there's like a basic apple with shading. And then I know there's gonna be some sort of leaf on it, right? But the thing is, here's the weird thing when it comes to artists and aphantasia, right? The more that ends up on the screen, the more I can work with it, because now there's a thing in front of me. But if I think in my head, it's like, okay, maybe there's like, you know, some pieces here or there, some like rough highlight. If I just stop with like where it is in my head, like, that's about where I'm at. That's about where I'm at in terms of in my head. If I want to make that more detailed, then I have to keep working at it on the screen in front of me. So I know it's an apple, I know it's red, I know it's gonna have shading, and it's gonna have a little highlight. That's as far as it goes. Yeah, hopefully that explains a little bit anyway. About here, about there. I want that leaf on the apple? Why do you want the leaf on the apple, newbie? You want to put it in your mind microwave? It would be crazy if we just port what we imagine in our heads into reality, or maybe that would be a bad thing. I don't know, I think it depends. I think it depends on who you're talking about. Might cause some issues, potentially. It's basically keep drawing, you'll discover what you need to draw. Yeah. It's weird, like if I could keep going with the detail of the apple, but only because then it's in front of me on a physical plane. Otherwise it just gets lost. Let's see if I can use the harder brush for these strokes that I need to be a little bit more strict and detailed. No matter how vivid your imagination or creativity or artistic talent, you can always tell when an artist didn't bother to research how something works or looks. Yeah, that's true. Well, especially, like, Blank, you in particular, you like to work with things that are, like, always needing to look correct because it's, like, machinery and ships and things, and there's a lot of precision to the subject matter that you choose to work with. So I think for you especially, that is, like, extra amplified. There is so much going on here with the hair. I don't even know if I can replicate this. There's a lot going on here. It's actually a lot lower. I don't really need to do it exact, but I'm trying to figure out if I can get it, like, close. And there's a lot happening here with the hair. I'd love to be able to naturally draw hair this wild, but it's hard to do. It's hard to draw hair with this amount of motion. I can't do this naturally yet. The people who can, there's a lot of talent that goes into that. I'm not there yet. And yeah, it is all basic shapes, but it's like basic shapes that work together really nicely, and it's not easy to understand. Sorry, new video title, How to Find Your Inner Demons in Your Mind and Draw Them 101. Oh, jeez. That would be a little bit scary, don't you think? Maybe just a little bit horrific. I'm not gonna be able to see what I'm doing now that this color is too light. Alright, wait, let me make this a little bit darker so I can actually see it. At least on the edges. Is this not scary? Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends on the coming to life part, right? It's funny to watch what people in the 80s or 90s was thinking what computers could do. What do you mean by that? There's like a lot of ways that that can go. Alright. If I can get part of this. There's so much going on here. I'll probably only get like a rough version of it. Because you could spend hours just on this hair alone, honestly. I don't necessarily want to do that for this. I want to get it, like, accurate enough, but I don't want to, you know... It's a master study. It's not a commission piece. It's not, like... It's meant to be a practice. So it might not be perfect. I still tend to try to want to keep these as close as I can, but... You know, there comes a point of... diminishing return. In dentistry, we use a lot for color theory. We have to take into consideration things like transparency of enamel, changing final look of teeth, making sure the shade used is right. That makes sense, actually. That makes a lot of sense. I can see that. Yeah, you'd probably have to have, like, at the very least, you'd have to have a really good understanding of value. Where is this? So this needs to be a little bit further, I guess. I'm glad I have this on a separate layer so then I can just sort of push it into the color that I need later. We talked about this. Most of the fluffy cute stargazers are horror themed. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, newbie. It is strange, honestly. Like, how we got to this point. Like, how we got to this point overall. Right? Just in general. Like, what happened here? Alright. It's about right at the center here. And then there's this larger one. Twitch ads? I don't see Twitch ads. Are there Twitch ads? There's Twitch ads. I didn't notice. Also, just because I do art for something doesn't mean I'm necessarily gonna play it. I feel like I should throw that out there right now while Blank is talking. Moments of silence for our brothers and sisters in the Twitch chat. Start up a new combo deal for Domino's Pizza. Oh my gosh, newbie. Goodness. I don't know why, but newbie makes me laugh with like the way that the way he writes things. Gotta head home, have a good rest of the stream start. Thank you, Kaku. Thank you. Have a good drive home. Drive safely. I will talk to you later. Alright, how far off is this? This is very far off. What happened here? Can I just... Wait, can I just cut this? Can I just make this a little bit larger by cutting it? Move it down a little? Yeah, that's better. He says I have the driest yet most absurd sense of humor. It's great though. 100% commitment guarantee of yeah, what I said was crazy, but I'll do it. I love it. You're not gonna play R6? Unfortunate? Probably not. Just cause, like, yeah, this is mainly for, doing this for somebody else. Chaos? Wait, what? Why? Why chaos? Why is it suddenly chaos? Using this as an opportunity to spread chaos? What do you mean, opportunity to spread chaos? You guys, what is happening? This is an Irium, guys. Someone screamed chaos, I wanted to fit in. Goodness. Oh my gosh. At some point, we're gonna be able to have, we're gonna be able to have the Prism emote on YouTube. Some point soon. Which is crazy. And then that'll be chaos. No, I don't have the option right now, but soon. Soon-ish. Maybe, hopefully, we will see. At some point. Does YouTube allow, like free non-sub emotes like Twitch has 5, or is that something only Twitch does right now? Don't think so? Darn it. That's annoying. I think they should. Well, I think that YouTube should do a lot of things in regards to, like, making streams better, but that would be one of them. Have the follower emotes like Twitch does. Make things not so impossible for people. I just realized this is missing a whole separate section. Like art streams? Stars more in our element. Chat isn't 20 screaming monkeys trying to tell Fox what to do. I know, because I was a monkey in there too. It is kind of nice to have the balance of, like, you know, we have, like, some things that are crazy and other things that are calm, and it's like, you can sort of choose what your preference of style is, I guess. Whatever works for you that day. Every streaming platform has random cool bits, only on that platform. I'm getting tired of them not copying the cool bits from each other. I know, right? You know, there's so many people who, like, you know, they try to copy everything TikTok does. Like, why can't we just do that with Twitch? Why can't we copy everything Twitch does? I want more platforms to get the cool ideas of other platforms and create competition. Competition breeds innovation. We need more competition. I also just want YouTube to, like, actually try on the streaming side. I think they were going to actually try to do a lot more things for streamers, but then they decided to put their money into shorts to compete with TikTok instead of to compete with Twitch. And then, well, we know where that went. And I was like, okay, well, now they have a different competition, so now we're never gonna get streamer stuff. Because I really think that they had a plan at one point, like a year or two ago, where they were like, we're gonna add all this streaming stuff, and then they never did. But I don't know, this is still where all the big VTubers are, so it's hard to say. Not being able to gift members to specific individuals is especially infuriating. You can't even do that? Jeez. I don't know, it's like, you know, Twitch is too crazy with ads, YouTube is crazy with not getting with the stream times. You would think with, like, HoloLive and everything that they would be more invested in trying to make the platforms better. But I guess HoloLive is still very niche in comparison to everything else that they're doing, so I can dream. Alright, did we basically break where all of the hair is? More or less. So I can start adding all the color there. It's annoying to worry about all the shape beforehand. And then just try to fill in. But then once the shape is figured out, like kind of how we do the beginning sketches, right? How we start these pieces. You always have to get your base, and then everything else just flows a lot easier. Big bar of furry OST. This is Mountain's theme, right? I feel like you guys recognize this stuff better than I recognize Pokemon, and that's a little scary. That's way too saturated. Alright. That's fine, I'll just blend that in with a darker color. This hair is gonna cause me some problems, I think. It's okay, you get it within time too. That's fair. Ah! How do I have all these blank areas? Not blank in chat, but like, not filled in. Oh, it's frustrating. Alright. Make this really bright. Get rid of these lines. It's probably done in a different way. This is probably done after the fact, honestly. It's probably done with, like, a lot of detail afterward, if I had to guess. And then just slowly trying to build it up here. And keep going with the darker and darker. There's, you know what, okay, if I make this, like, dark, and then keep some highlights, and then keep it dark, we're, like, building it up, right? But it's that building that can get frustrating. There's so many different layers to it. Literally so many layers. I would love to actually be able to see a speed paint. Actually, the majority of these that I've done, the majority of master studies I've done, I really wish I could just see a speed paint of. Because there's some where it's like, okay, I kind of understand how they did this, and then other times where it's like, I have no clue how they did this. Gotta head out. Thank you for streams per usual. Madness, thank you very much for tuning in. I really appreciate you. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you for stopping in. I'm being driven crazy by these. YouTube custom emotes membership only, depending on how the streamer sets up the memberships. Gifted memberships can spread the love of cute emotes. We need someone to make the perfect streaming platform. There are so many people who've tried, and they all end up failing, and I've tried so many of them too. I've tried so many, like, startup places. Like for VTubers, there was one that was going to be really promising that was just called VStream, and they were trying to make, like, the better Twitch experience, and they did not do a great job, and then they ran out of money or something like that. And I don't know. There was probably, like, drama on some sides. It fell apart. And then, I think everyone thought Mixer was gonna be a thing at one point. I wasn't part of that. But I know that a lot of people tried that at one point. There's just so many times where people have tried to make a better streaming platform and they just can't do it. Trovo, I think is one. Streaming is just inherently such an expensive thing for the person, like the people running it, right? So most people don't want to invest in it. Yeah, YouTube's way too big, exactly. I hate how phones don't have headphones anymore. I do too. I really do. Yeah, I hate that too. Let's see here. I'd bet everyone here knows more about Pokemon than me, even though my profile is Pokemon, but painted purple. How did you end up with that name? That's okay. Actually, you know, it's funny. The person that this is for, I keep saying for, but I basically mean, like, you know, the person who inspired me to pick this master study out of the others. Their favorite is also Onyx, and I also don't think they know too much about, like, main Pokemon, meta at this point. So it's totally fine. You can have a favorite and not know all the intricacies of Pokemon, because, granted, like, they're just cool designs, right? Or if you've only played Red and Blue, nothing wrong with that either. Seeing as I haven't played any Pokemon games? Alright, then I'm curious. How did this come to be then? My only experience with Pokemon is just the anime that played on TV while growing up. Okay, well that's fair then. So is the name because of seeing Onyx in the anime? Random YouTube videos in recent years? That's fair. Gosh. If anyone can find, like, official speed paints of an AK artist who's able to upload something, if there's any chance of that, let me know. I would love to see some official speed paint work. I doubt there's much aside from, what Nami's posted. I think Nami's the only person who I've seen do any sort of remotely close speed paint. But yeah, I'm dying to know how these people work. You should re-edit the VODs into speed paints. Bonus, you keep the VTuber model in frame. It looks like she's doing a little high-speed dance in the corner. I do have this being recorded, without myself, just Clip Studio. I just haven't been posting them, but I want to at least make them into like little shorts. Maybe, I don't know if it would be better to do shorts or full speed paints, because I think that full speed paints aren't watched as much on YouTube anymore. Or maybe just do both, you know? As long as you have the footage, just upload them twice. And then, like, yeah, if you want the slowed down version so you can see how I attempt to tackle this. Sunspirit, hello, hello! Yes, we are doing Rainbow Six collab master study. I should have locked this. There we go. I think I'm really struggling on this to get the values. Because they're so subtle. And there's a little bit of the skin tone peeking through. I at least know this technique. It's probably done with an airbrush. And the lines are a lot sharper here. This one's probably not going to be as accurate as the others, just because the amount of detail in this hair is a lot. This hair could be the majority of the piece, honestly. Funny thing about Pokemon is everyone knows the first 151, because first game, after total confusion about what Pokemon from what generations. In terms of, like, Pokemon from generations, I think I'm good, in terms of, like, knowing who everybody is, I'm probably good until Gen 4, in terms of, like, full understanding. And then I fully lose it at Gen... which one's Sun and Moon? 7? I think 7 is when I dropped off. I'll know which region everybody's from, but I won't be able to, like, fully know them. So I'll be able to say, like, yeah, I know that this character is from Sun and Moon, but I can't go beyond understanding of, like, memorizing every Pokemon in that generation. I feel like whoever did the speed paint probably did this so much more streamlined in some way. I mean, you know, being the original probably makes it easier, but still. The name comes from 12-year-old me trying to come up with a cool username, being like, Phoenix is cool and I like the color purple. I tried combining those two words and got purple onyx somehow. That's great, honestly. To my dismay, people, I thought I was Onyx, but color purple, so I ran with the joke and recolored an image of Onyx. Two things have provided my extremely limited Pokemon knowledge: TV Skyen shorts and Cabal's community Minecraft server. Fair, fair. A really good piece of advice is if you want to see something really bad, but you can't find it, make it yourself, because you might not be the only one. That's fair. Let's see here. Alright. I'm gonna try to make this not stuck here, so that I'm able to have a little bit more flexibility with the hair pieces. I feel like Lemlin's piece was easier in terms of hair. And she had a lot more of it too. It's just a tricky subject, I guess. Doing this hair-related piece. And then there's, like, each of these strands have a little bit of shading at the bottom here, too. You know, the funny thing is, like, this, I know this is from Arknights, but this song that's playing right now kind of does feel like it would be in a Pokemon town. Especially in Johto. I feel like this would be in Johto or something. I wanted to joke about Starlight drawing Limbus Company characters. I remember that's a one-sided collab. What do you mean one-sided? Limbus Company is getting AK content, but AK's not getting Limbus. Oh, what? Wait, that's a strange one. How does that work? Well, I guess it's kind of the same with Rainbow Six, right? I'm guessing that Rainbow Six didn't get Arknights content. Or maybe it did, I don't know. Did it? It was the same with R6, yeah? Yeah, they got... Hmm? They got a weapon charm. Interesting. I wonder if my friend was aware of that. Alright, this part of the piece probably can't go much further with. Are all of AK collabs are really one-sided? Really? The second R6 collab gave them a Doctor Weapon Charm and a Landship background. Oh, okay. Better than nothing. I'm curious if my friend, like, knew the connection or not. But I don't know when I don't know when they were still playing or not playing or what. Wishmaster, hello, hello! Hello from Australia, finally managed to catch you live, 6:30 a.m. I've been loving to see your Arknights journey as well as learning a bit from these studies. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. Well, hello, in Australia, and good morning. I hope you're having a good day so far. I feel like I can't hit everybody's time zone, but this does seem to at least be a time that is good for a fair amount of people. But I appreciate it, thank you. Alright, what are we doing with the What size is my brush? Oh, my brush is really tiny right now. I couldn't figure out why it was behaving so strangely. APM in EU is basically fine. It's 3 AM when you're at. Oh dear. Alright, I'll try to do a little bit more detail here on this side, because I kind of neglected it for this side. Let's see. And there's a little bit of shadow here because that's where the hair is casting a shadow on the head. And I'll erase this and try to add some lighter pieces. This is where the strokes kind of go a little bit crazy, that you can see here. Or it's like, this is pretty much pure white. This is actually basically pure white. I'll just add straight pure white, honestly. With these very, very small, subtle pieces here. This is, yeah, when the original artist did this, they probably did this at the very end of putting together the entire piece. Because this does seem like something that's so detailed that you would save it for the very end and just be doing like a lot of different final strokes. Since I'm not building this from scratch, it's harder for me to do this at the very end. Because I don't really know where everything rested from the start. "3 AM challenge." Oh no. If you need to get sleep, please don't let me keep you if you need sleep. Arknights doing collab with a game that isn't officially available in the country the game is from might be the reason why the collab is one-sided. I see, I see. Alright, trying to make this, like, a little bit lighter, brighter. We also collabed with Dash and Citus too, also one-sided because they're rhythm games. Well, it wouldn't have to be one-sided, right? It's kind of interesting though to see like who it does collab with. Dash is amusing to me. How much you need to turn on the donations, like, overall? So, I think YouTube, membership is, like, 1,000 followers, 4,000 watch hours. And, we're, like, pretty much at that point. There's just a lot that has to be, done on the technical side. But I think we're kind of at that point, which is wild to me. Like, I haven't really fully processed that part yet, if I'm being honest. So that, at this point, it's kind of just the technical bit. You alerted the horde. Very much. I didn't, like, yeah, the past 2 weeks have been, insane. Very insane, to say the least, with no real knowledge of what is going on. That's why it makes me happy that, like, even though this is, like, Arknights fan art, that there's still people that want to tune in for the art streams. It makes me happy. Alright, I think we're finally getting somewhere with this piece, with the hair pieces here. And then I know that this was done with like these strokes, but I don't have this brush for it, so we're just gonna quickly do it manually, I think. Poke the hornet's nest, but to your benefit. I didn't even know there was a hornet's nest there. That's the weird thing, right? Genuinely didn't know that a hornet's nest existed. But yeah, I do appreciate you guys, like, going on this crazy journey with me, to say the least. I think what would happen with any big gacha game, I'd imagine the same would happen if you started Masterstudy or something on Genshin. I don't think so, honestly. I genuinely don't think so. I think something like Genshin is so big that there's always people doing stuff like that. I think Hoyoverse is a little bit different in that regard. Yeah, very saturated, exactly. And the funny thing about Genshin is, like, the art is really good, but it has a very, it has a much simpler style because it's trying to do more of the, cel-shaded anime look. Whereas Arknights stuff is always very painterly from what I'm seeing. And that's really what I want to go for, is the more painterly side of things. So yeah, I had no idea what I was doing. Still don't know what I'm doing most of the time. But I think, alright, I think we're at a point here where we're actually, like, making the hair somewhat look like it matches. That's good. Blend this in a little bit. This one is really nice. This song's really nice. Watching the VOD of the first stream, absolutely wild how many big names of the community showed up and seemed to be enjoying the stream. I don't even know who the big names are. I feel bad that I don't know everybody, but I did see people saying that. I think you're the first streamer that went completely blind without watching any concept trailers, character music videos, etc. Really? You think so? Like, other people probably, got interested because of, watching videos or music or something? Whereas for me, it was art. I'm sure there's other people that got in because of the art. I'd imagine there's art streamers who've... I don't know. It's a lobby OST of a mini-event from 5 years ago? Oh, I see. It's very nice. Alright, need to sort of move this a little bit so that it's... There we go. So that it matches up a little bit better. What did I do here? Why is it not behaving? Because I ended up making the brush really small again. How do I keep doing that by accident? You got into AK because of the art and music You got into AK because of the art and music at first, then started the story. Ah, I see. Basically, React streaming, they make a stream to watch every trailer, teaser, or video of other things of the content. Ah, I see. I was gonna need so much brushing when she eventually takes her hat and earpiece off. Yeah, there's definitely a lot going on with this hair, for sure. Alright, I think the hair is, like, as good as it's gonna get. Probably as good as it's gonna get, frankly. See if I can add, like, any other strokes here, but I think we're basically at that point. Alright, that's fine. Let's make sure that we get this part in, because I think this part's pretty important, pretty dang important here. And then we'll be able to get the eyes and the earpiece. I just don't study the art since I've always been into cell shading more. That's definitely fair. See, that's what I was saying though, like, then you might want to be, studying the Genshin style, right? I think you can study a multitude of styles and see, like, what fits you best, or even if you like the property of one more than the other, but still find inspiration from one. Like, I found inspiration recently from, like a Pretty Boy Otome game, right? Not that I necessarily want to play the game, but in terms of just, like, learning that painterly style, but for, like, pretty guy characters, there's a lot that you can learn from it. So if you like a cel-shaded style, then, you know, Genshin's probably good to study from. Because it does a really good, like, cel-shaded with a little bit of painterly. You're a Hoyo content creator already? Oh, okay, I see, I see. It's scary how the hair just became like that. I'm not into Genshin, I'm on Honkai Impact 3rd side. Oh, I see, I see. I don't really know much about all the different, gacha, to be honest. I have a friend who's on the Honkai side, but I don't know too much myself. I have a art book for Genshin, because, I thought I wanted to learn that style the most, right? I thought that in terms of character design, like, when it comes to VTubers, everyone wanted designs that sort of felt like Genshin, right? So I grabbed the art book for that. But then I ended up falling much more in love with the painterly style that Arknights has. Because Arknights has an art style that is more like realistic Renaissance painting, you know? And I think that that is what I personally like doing, although I would like to also be able to do cell shading, because there's a lot of benefits to that. I can't get myself to make things simple. Though anyone who was in my Irium stream the other day, there probably wasn't many people, but anyone who was in there, I kept talking about how hard it was for me to simplify artwork, and I kept wanting to add shading to like simple emotes, and it's hard for me to sort of step back. But the Arknight style sort of lends itself to allowing a lot more detail. Although in terms of simplifying things, then I can always look at like how they do the chibis and stuff, right? There's a lot you can learn from multiple franchises. I don't think Genshin characters make very good VTuber avatars, no? You don't think so? I think a lot of people really wanted that sort of, gacha character look, right? Like, a lot of people, if they see me on stream, I've had people be like, oh, you look like you're from Genshin, you look like you're from Honkai. I don't know, maybe it's off, but I do get it a lot, so I think there's some design truth to it. I'm Mythic, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Genshin character models are cool. I don't see it working out for VTubing. Oh wait, are we talking about like the physical model or... Because I'm just talking about character design. I'm just talking about in terms of, I'm just talking in terms of character design and people wanting things that are like extra complex in some areas. I'm Mythic, thank you so much for following. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to get into any, drama or voice-related stuff. I don't know too much about it, and it probably goes a little too heavy. I see what you're doing there, Mythic. Yeah, I'm sure other people have a lot better takes on that than I can. Even character design is a bit more on the simple side than the average VTuber, I think. I think it depends. Character design is good when you can balance the simple and complex. And I sometimes see VTubers that are infinitely more complex than a Genshin character, and I see some that are really, really, really simple. And a lot of people think that Genshin characters are like the epitome of design complexity sometimes. So it's really a balance, right? I've seen some VTubers who, you know, they have a really pretty design, but I kind of look at that and I'm like, oh, you probably get the complexity design upcharge on commissions, don't you? I saw this one design the other day, and they had like 50 different hair charms. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, how is anyone gonna be able to draw this aside from the original artist? So I think there's a huge difference in how complex or simple something can be design-wise. And make a joke about design, unfortunately would require to explain the whole story behind it. Oh dear. Do you think of buying the Arknights art books? So from what I understand, there's the CG art books, and then there's like the big main character concept books, right? I probably can't afford the big heavy ones. But I might pick up the CG ones at some point, although there's so many volumes of that, it seems too. Because it's like, what, 5 years worth? I am interested in looking at it at some point. Heck, before I even started playing, I was looking at it. This, like, I will buy art books of things that I don't even play. And that was going to be one of those cases at some point, but not anymore. Darnay, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today? I hope you're having a good day. Alright. This is more warm. I think there's a lot of warmth to this. Well, not that much, but like... subtle enough? Yeah, about... well, maybe that's too much. Oh, this is hard. This is a hard color to hit. I don't want to... Alright, what color is this? Alright, it is more of an orange, so if I... it's pretty much there. It's a warm orange because it has to contrast with this darker part. Alright. Yeah, Blank is right. I would not have believed myself to be doing this kind of thing either. The big character art books give you more insight into the world and character personality. A favorite character Reed, for example, is unable to sleep normally because her tail's in the way. Oh no! The books aren't in English though, right? The books are, or the big large ones? Are those just in Chinese? We have a new side event every 2 weeks, and everyone has its own CGIs. Imagine how many of that we get over 6 years. Yeah, I see, I see. Drawing VTuber reference model sheet, so much work. I agree. Sadie, I agree. I'm currently in the middle of doing, a big reference sheet for somebody, and it has, like, a big splash art and part of it. Yeah, the reference sheets are so much work. So worth it, though, but I agree with you. Nor can she sleep sideways or upside down, her horns are in the way. That is just a rough way to live. She sleeps standing up with her tail supporting her balance. Oh my gosh. I love that kind of thing. You know, kind of similar to that, right? One of the best character design examples I ever saw, this was back when I thought I wanted to do more stuff, like, with Disney in mind. That's not really my goal anymore, but it used to be. So I used to buy a bunch of the art books for Disney and Pixar, right? And this still sticks with me, because even though that's not the direction I want to go now, I still remember this one. In terms of that kind of thing with the character design, I remember reading the interview of the person who was designing Rapunzel, and, like, Tangled Rapunzel, right? And they have this illustration where it's like, how does Rapunzel, put on her night clothes, right? How does she put on her pajamas? And there's this illustration of her, like, trying to drag all her hair through the pajama openings. And it's like, yeah, every single time she has to put on pajamas. That would just get so annoying. Do you remember where this theme is from? No, this isn't a chapter. Okay, I was like, wait, is this one too long? It says mini, yeah. So it must be some sort of mini event. That's crazy, though. Speaking of AK books, aka lore book being translated finally. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We were like, wait, I'm pretty sure it's being translated, right? She can't sleep on the bed, her horns puncture the pillows, the tail makes her unable to sleep while facing the ceiling. Her only way of sleeping is standing up. Oh my goodness. I love that amount of consideration, though. Like, that's such good consideration, honestly. That is, like, that is beautiful character consideration right there. I love that so much. So yeah, is that book translated, or do you speak Chinese? Or did you like Google Translate every page? Because I'd understand that too. One of the big composers that makes Sans Reike quite regularly used to work for Disney, by the way. Oh, really? Dang. That's funny. And then everything turned into Lin-Manuel Miranda. Alright, getting a bit more of the camo look here. This part is probably all set, aside from this really dark area. You can always keep pushing the contrast. And I can't naturally push the contrast as far as it needs to go. I just get so hesitant with that kind of thing. Is the left cheek a bit too pointy? Yeah, it is. That is because of the color. Is that because of this? Yeah, I think that's because of this. It wasn't before, it was just because of the hair peeking through here. There we go. Since you've been playing Arknights for a couple weeks, and it being your first gacha, from what I've heard, what do you think about Arknights? I'm really interested in seeing where the story goes, honestly. Because I keep hearing people talk about how good the story is, and the thing is, like, it's my first, like, actual effort type of gacha, I guess is the best way to say. Because the only other ones I played before that was, one from Madoka, and, I played like a week of that, that Pretty Boy one that I was mentioning earlier. And yeah, other than that, one thing I was frustrated with the Madoka game is I couldn't get more of the story until I'd progressed in the stages. And it was, unlike Arknights, it was just the same thing over and over and over. Like, it didn't change. It didn't feel like it was challenging me. But I feel like every Arknight stage is something different to learn. Or just, you know, it keeps making things interesting. And, I still feel like, yeah, the cheek is still a little bit too large, isn't it? So I think that's, like, a big difference. Let me see. Alright, how am I gonna do this? Let me just grab this. The cheek overall, I think, is a little too... Yeah, that's better. Slim it down a little bit more. Save that here. We've had 3 hours of stream for plenty of comfy fox art time. We're getting to the end point more or less here, I think. Several characters with wide horns have been noted to have trouble with doorways on the land ship, most notably Estelle, whose horns only grew in late as a mutation caused by her infection. Oof. That sounds rough. You can hear the Disney song energy in, like, at least 2 operator songs. Reminds me, AK Anniversary usually has some in-universe ads. Imagine how they would advertise gummies or cookies in Ursus or London. I'm not sure. I really like a lot of the full thought-out connections, right? Like the fact that the extra outfits are fashion. I think that's really cool. That they even go as far as to consider things like that. Ice Trooper says, I'm a year 1 player, you can ask anything to me and I have an explanation more or less. Good to know, good to know. Alright, how am I gonna do this comm? This is... It's hard to see. That's the problem. Maybe if I remove the hair real quick just so I can get this piece. Because otherwise I literally can't see what I'm doing. I wonder how many layers this actually was drawn in. Because it could be anything from 1 layer to like 20. Actually, I can't see this. Alright. Raul says, AK was my first and only gacha game. Been playing since 2024. My friend convinced me to start playing, and I saw Aroma for the first time and fell in love with her character. There's somebody who recently joined the Discord who also said that Aroma was their favorite. At some point, like, I'm doing master studies now because it does help me study, and I don't have to think about it too hard. But at some point, maybe when I'm like more on a better place with commissions and stuff, it would be nice to be doing like full original fan art, like not from an existing master study. It seems like Aroma might be a good choice for that. I did start trying to do one of Amiya, but I messed up greatly, so I'd like to redo that. I will get back to it, but I know that that was not my best work, so I want to try to redo that. I started the Amiya piece, what was it, maybe 2nd or 3rd stream or something, and I hit maintenance, like, as I was getting everything ready. And then we just had to switch gears and just jump into a random Amiya art piece. I was planning on doing it later in the stream, but not first, so I got very thrown off, and the work is not to the level that I knew I could work in. That was so funny. I was struggling. You should watch the Learn a Fact of Terra over a bag of chips. Basically, funny comic style, explains tidbits of the world, not the main story of how things work and not. Well, if it's not main story, but if it's like extra world building, then yeah, that sounds cool. There's 2 videos of it on the official Yostar Arknights channel. Wait, was that the thing that just got recently released? That people were talking about? Was that the thing with the chibi characters, or was that something else? Because I remember that also had 2, and I know people were talking about it recently. Lost the back of her hat. Chibi one is you takes Terra? Oh, okay. There's so many different variations of things and names of things and stuff like that, and if I'm not careful, I'm gonna throw myself into spoiler heaven, so... if you want to link that in, like, the media channel or something, I'll check it out later. Because I don't trust myself to find it safely. When the update dropped, the download was synced for everyone. Everyone downloaded at the same progress. And then it lasted longer than it was supposed to, right? So now we know for next time that, like, when they do have those updates, it is, with benefit to China's time zone. That's good to keep in mind for the future. Because I saw the update notice, and my friend is like, yeah, but, you know, this is the EN server, so it probably wouldn't affect you. I'm like, no, I don't think this is a good time zone. It was supposed to be 10 minutes, lasted 2 hours. Dang. That was not normal. That is good to know. That one time was really just an exception. We haven't had issues in years. So I just got really, really unlucky as a newbie. That's kind of amusing. That's kind of amusing in a way. I can't even be mad, you know? It helped me... what's the word? Deal with the unexpected. Make do. Make do with the unexpected. Trying to get this intercom without flipping my canvas. It's not easy. If you're interested in anything comical or anime, U-channel, I can link them if you want in the future. Does the U-channel stuff have spoilers? Or is that, like, even something I would understand this early? The other one sounds interesting. The one that's, like, I guess older. That you said is just sort of explaining the world of Terra. That one sounds interesting. The new one, I don't know? You Takes Terra has 0 spoilers? Just exploring different nations and getting to shenanigans. Okay. I might watch it at some point later. I still do want to watch, like, the official anime once I get to the point in the story where I'm able to safely watch it. I think you guys were saying that it's, what was it, after finishing chapter 3? Forgive me if you've been asked already, when will you be playing Rainbow Six Siege? I don't think I'm gonna be playing Rainbow Six. I mainly was doing this piece because, I have a friend who was very, very, very focused on Rainbow Six for a long time. It was like their main content. and they helped me a lot as a content creator, so I kind of wanted to give back with this. This was also suggested in the Discord as a piece to do a master study of, but when I saw that it was a Rainbow Six collab, I'm like, oh, this would be perfect, because I have a friend that was really into it for a bit. I don't think I could handle playing something like that, though. I don't know. On the other hand, that's what I would have said about Arknights, had I known what I was going into instead of jumping in completely blind. Alright, got the intercom piece here. Make this a little bit brighter. And a little bit more towards green, I think. The only spoilers you can get from You Takes Terra are the same you'd get from reading the random hints or tips in the loading screens. Yeah, because I noticed that the loading screens do have, it does talk about places that we have not visited yet. So that's sort of like the level of spoiler that I guess I would imagine. Is like, oh, I didn't know this place existed. Alright, come on. Went a little bit too low on that one. Alright, there we go. A little bit softer, but... And then if I can get a bit higher here. Arknights had to collab with Hello Kitty, Dungeon Menchie, and Monster Hunter. Jumping into Arknights blind is how you're supposed to do it, that's how we get you. Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. We Arknights fans love to backseat? I mean, teach new players. Understandable, understandable. Alright. Probably as best as the comms are going to look. I could try to, well, wait, hang on. What if I just quickly give it a little bit of an overlay? Just like a very quick, just do that, and then overlay. With a very, very subtle warmth that it has. It's more of like a yellow here, I think. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and then I need the eyes under the hair. If you ever ask us anything about the country named Sammy, all we will ever say is leave immediately, never return to Sammy. Oh dear. I'll have to trust you on that, huh? Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see where things go in general, in terms of learning new locations overall. Just trying to see how well we can get these eyes. I also just realized I did not finish the hat, the goggles on the hat. Let's just do that really fast. I don't need too much detail here, just a little bit. When you turn the appears red, it looks scary. That would be a horrible place to have electronics explode. No! It's just a little bit of color overlay. No. Goodness. You can use color overlay to just sort of tint things lightly. I'm just trying to get the highlight on the end here. There we go. And this part here. And then this is like a very, very subtle magenta, I suppose. Ayo, this is a greeting from Earth. Arcticaliber, hello, hello. Cool about Arknights is how people can say where they'd be in Arknights, because countries in game are based in countries IRL, except France because reasons. Oh boy. Probably. That probably works. Just so I'm not ignoring every part of it. Make it a little less detail, less intense. There we go. What did I do wrong here? Hang on. It's hard to get that tiny little piece there. I'm trying not to make it, like, super in your face either. Alright, there we go. Just putting on the goggles while stretching over the cap sounds annoying thinking about it. It's not the most, practical, is it? It looks cool. You know, it definitely looks cool. But, yeah, that would be kind of annoying in combat. But you'd have brownie points for style. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, this is just sort of a rough, random strokes, but it kind of works here because of the movement. And then let's jump back into the eyes here. We know Higashi culture of politics and power, culture and certain events that were mentioned that happened there in the past or present, give or take, but not much more than that. Interesting. I love watching art streams having literally zero clue how to shade or render. It's all just spheres, really. When you learn art fundamentals, you learn that it's all just basically spheres being manipulated in space. Or cubes, depending on who you talk to. I had this one art teacher who was very insistent that basically everything in the universe could be broken down into the shape of a cube. And I'm not talking about Minecraft. Every time I say that, everyone's like, oh, you mean like Minecraft? No, not like Minecraft. I realized there are highlights here that I want to add. Wait, just the Wait It's All Ohio meme, but with shapes, kinda. Goggles are also under the headset. Yeah, you could argue it's a convenient place to store them, not really for putting them on quickly. Fair enough. I know how to shade on the most basic level. I know how to place lighting and whatnot. It's just anything more advanced than hard cell shading makes my brain shut off. You know what's funny, Usako? Is that I actually am not good at cell shading. I really can't figure out how to handle cell shading because cell shading involves, like, making up a lot of your lighting scenario and not really being able to fully place it in a real-life equivalent. And that is actually harder for me. So even if you don't do realistic, there's still a lot to be said about being able to do cell shade. Because I cannot do cell shading for the life of me. It's genuinely a lot harder for me. That's kind of what I was saying earlier, right? I was saying, like, I can't simplify things very well. Cell shading requires you to simplify so much. There we go. Now she's actually got the proper intercom. Raul says I used to draw a long time ago, kind of gave up on it. Not because I dislike it, because I'm too lazy to draw often. Sometimes I get a random burst of motivation and draw a few pieces, though. It's totally fine to keep it, for, like, hobby and relaxation. Like, I do art more on a freelance job side of things, but I think that is totally valid just to do for fun, because you want to just see something that otherwise wouldn't exist, right? Or you just want to have fun making something. I think it's really valuable for people to just make things. I actually have this one friend who was in here earlier, and she specifically says, I never want to be a commission artist because I always want art to stay fun for me. And honestly, valid. So you can always just do art for the enjoyment of it. Turn Minecraft into spheres, turn everything else into cubes. That sounds really chaotic. Kinda got back into drawing because of Arknights. I wanted to draw Roma, no fan art exists of her. Feels like I really do need to consider making fan art of Aroma at some point. Bro, are you also in the Discord, or are there two people who are talking about Aroma? Because I'm not sure if it's if you have a different name or. I'm in the Discord with the name Aroma. Okay, okay. I wasn't sure if that was you or not. Because at first I was like, oh wait, we have somebody in the Discord who likes the same character, and then I'm like, wait a minute. It might be nice to make fan art of the characters that don't get nearly as much fan art as others. I never decide if I should do commissions or not. I don't recommend trying to do them as, like, full-time. As someone who is doing them full-time, it's, like, there's a lot of compromise to it. It becomes a lot more like a job, and some people just don't want to have to deal with that. But in terms of, like, side work, then yeah, absolutely. I keep avoiding the eyes because I'm scared of messing up the eyes. Alright, there we go. Alright, this is gonna have to be... What is it, the eyelashes? The eyelashes, okay. I have to make a layer on top of everything here. Mission to be purely side gig? I'm aiming to be a mechanic. Oh, that's smart. Definitely smart to be a mechanic. We need more mechanics, and we need to appreciate more mechanics, I think. It's a little bit lower. Get rid of the line art because it's not helping me here, actually. I really do think in general, though, that more people, I think more people should just be doing creative things. I think that there is a side of being creative, whatever way that looks like to you, whether it's, you know, drawing, baking, writing, etc. I think that the world would just be a better place if more people created things. Can I pretend I'm not in the Discord yet? If you are interested in joining the Discord, if you do !Discord, it should, or it's also in the description. It should be in the description. I'm always nervous now if it's actually in the description or not. It's a safe for work Discord, and it's mainly art focused. But if you do art, there's a place to post your art, and we do have a game chat channel if you do want to talk about Arknights as well. But I do request that if you do, to please spoiler main story stuff, because I get spoiled way too quickly, and it's the one thing I'm trying to not do is get spoiled in main story. But yeah, it is safer work, so the bot might get mad if you say stuff, but it just deletes the message, so it's not like you're not gonna get kicked or anything. Just throwing that out there now because it's a little bit unusual to people sometimes. I'm really good at 3D modeling, according to others. Gotta keep myself humble. I'm actually a train driver apprentice in real life. I don't want to change that for anything. That's really cool. You made a 3D model of her since it's something I dominate a lot better. Got a friend of mine to put it into VR chat. Ooh, nice. Raul, we also have, we have 3D channel. Like, I specifically separated 3D from the, regular 2D stuff because 3D, like, has so much time that goes into it. So there's, like, an open 3D channel. I feel like I need to decide if right now I have the channel set up as like gallery style, and some people like it, some people don't. I have to decide if I want to keep it that way, because I think the gallery style sometimes is intimidating to people. And I don't know, I might debate on changing it at some point. I know Blank, for instance, was saying that, might want to consider changing it to regular channel style. Because it's, I said gallery, but I mean forum. It's forum style right now. And that might be a little intimidating for people, but I like the idea of people sort of being able to have, like, a place that they can put all of their stuff in, I guess. Drawing, modeling, creative stuff is good. It's always best as a hobby or a job if you enjoy it enough. Yeah. For me personally, I don't really want to do anything else. Like, this is sort of my ride or die. When I'm not just doing speed paints, or master studies, I mean, I am doing, like, full-on commission work. I just have to get better at posting it. The bot is a pretty disrespectful way to refer to Vesa? What? No, wow, great timing. Incredible timing right there, jeez. I know people who've gotten burnt out, they took their hobby into a job. Yeah, you have to be really, really careful with it, I think. I'm still trying to find the best balance of it myself, to be honest. It's hard to find the right balance, right? It's hard to find that balance between, like, you know, needing to get everything done and not making clients wait too long and keeping expectations and everything. But that's also why I sometimes do the master studies or other stuff, like, related to stargazers, is because it kind of gives me a break from the commission side, too. You always have to balance, like, the work for fun and the work for work. Which kind of gets confusing sometimes, because then my friends are like, well, you need to relax, and I'm like, okay, and then I keep drawing. How are they doing the eyes here? Gonna look when it has all the pieces on it. I literally started locking in and trying to get good at drawing out of spite. I didn't want to pay commission price for the kind of hyper-detailed mecha design I like, so I just do it myself. Honestly, for mecha, that is very understandable. That is extremely understandable for mecha. I have a friend that does mecha work, but yeah, it seems really intense. So I can definitely understand that, to be honest. Adding this to your list of star crimes? Wait, what? What do you mean star crimes? What do you mean star crimes? What have I done? I haven't done anything. I don't understand what's going on with Ella's eyes. Her right eye from left from our perspective is at the side. But the left is in the middle. Feels like she's looking in two directions at once. It's one of those things where, like, you kinda, it's not really going to make too much sense unless, I have the whole thing drawn, because it's one of those things where you can't really see the other side of it because of the bridge of the nose. It's kind of hard to get clear, I think. Yeah, I mean, I guess that it probably would be moved over, but I'm just sort of copying how they do it. When you have one that is looking this way and one that is looking this way, and it's more in an anime style, it'll eventually try to look like it's sort of staring at the center. But yeah, if I'm only doing one eye at a time, it doesn't make it very clear, does it? There's a drawing while stressing out over details, and then drawing where it's just happy accidents. Yeah, there you go. Biggest issue with art is mostly anatomy. I'd like to say I've gotten better at it, despite not drawing actively. I like drawing from reference, because imagination drawing is tough. Yeah, we were talking about that before with, like, with aphantasia and everything, right? I also have to work from reference myself, too. Although sometimes I'm the one that's making the reference. Like if I'm doing both character design and illustration for somebody in one job. And yeah, like I was saying before, the specifics of the mouth are so tricky to get right. What do you mean star crimes? Same for the judge lady. If you don't want to acknowledge them, that's up to you, but it'll make things worse. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, make this a little bit further in here. Make it match a little bit better. It's probably not gonna be a one-to-one like I was saying earlier, but we can just make it a little bit better. It's just the drawing from scratch is intimidating? Yeah, that's understandable. I feel like I need to push this a little bit. Where was this before? Where was it off before? I guess it's okay where it is. I feel like Vesta just has this random collection of grievances that I'm not aware of. Not really sure what to do about that. Just bumbling through anatomy and shape design until somehow I get a mecha design that looks right. With mecha, don't you have to be, like, really, really specific, though? I thought that was the whole thing with mecha, is that it was super specific. Being super specific comes after I've bumbled through the core shapes. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. You're sort of getting an idea of, like, the overall layout, right? Yeah, core shape makes sense then. Kind of like how we started with the sketch here, just to get the general shape language. All right. Hmm? Did the Twitch side just die? What the heck? It did? Why did it die? Shoot. What the? Twitch, what the heck? Why would you do this to me? Oh. Evil. Evil, why would you do this? I just saw the thing where it's like Saribot cleared the room and I'm like, what? Why? Goodness. Alright. I don't like that. Why would you do that? Your stream seems to be prime advertisement for YouTube streaming. Don't mean to. Oh, that's awful. Alright. I'm probably not gonna be long on there, but I'll try to at least bring it back a little bit. Oh, that's terrible. There you go, Saribot. Are you happy again? Are you happy now? Jeez. The thing I dislike about YouTube streams over Twitch is the short message length. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Prime advertisement for YouTube streaming. We were talking earlier about how we wish that YouTube streaming would just, like, increase in quality so that there was, like, more of a reason for people to switch over, but YouTube has so many missing things that people like from Twitch. So it's like, what do you do? I want to make things better, but Twitch has a monopoly on so many little features and things. But YouTube also doesn't die. YouTube also just doesn't decide it wants to die midway. So I don't know. I just realized I completely ignored the rim of this hat. Which seems like a silly detail, but I'd like to at least not make it look like it's made of paper, at the very least. So let me just quickly make sure it doesn't look like it's made of paper. Just really quick. Just no paper hat here. Really quick. You deserve a little bit more than a paper hat. There, that works. Alright, where was I here? Working on this. Intense eye, trying to match it to the other one. I wish I would be able to do pieces like this in the time span of a stream, but, like, not Masterstudy. But so much of it has to do with doing the sketch first. Alright, like, actually getting the, like we were just saying, like, getting the shapes down and everything. I'd love to get to the point where I could. I just don't have the... I don't have the knowledge at the moment. But we're getting there, and we're building this up as we work. Every time we do one of these, we get better at, like, the real thing, you know? These master studies are my tactical drills. Hey, yo, hello! No, I'm not having any sort of spoiler territory here. If possible. I mean, yeah, it's probably an event that I'm not able to play. But I'll still probably watch and see if there's a YouTube playthrough of it later at some point, so... I'm just avoiding spoiler-type discussion stuff in general, if possible. Although, stupidly enough, I think it's just the title of the piece. I think the title of the piece is the spoiler, but because I don't know the characters, I don't really want to discuss it. Titles have been, like, my worst spoilers, honestly. Titles of music, titles of art pieces. Like, can we not? Full digital is scary without a touchscreen. Yeah, I do agree with that. Sketch on paper first and then scan or take a picture. That's fair. I used to have a graphic tablet though. I mean, I moved to a screen later, but I did start with just the no screen graphic ones. You do get used to it. A lot of people give up on them really early. They take about a month to get used to, and no one tells you that. So people just think that they're not good at doing digital work, like, and then they're always like, oh, I need the one with the screen. And truth is, like, you don't necessarily, you just think you do because most people don't give it enough time to get used to it. And I'm not saying that to badmouth anyone, that's literally something I wish more people would talk about. That it's not you, it's the fact that you're literally trying to get used to a weird form of hand-eye coordination. I wish more people would just, like, discuss that, and they don't. Alright, Uncreative. All the best. Thank you very much for stopping in. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Apart from 3D modeling, I also do real modeling. Model trains. It's relaxing until you accidentally drop your crown jewel model. Have to wait for replacement parts. Oof, that sounds rough. Something you spent $350 on. No damage apart from a few resin printed parts, which I had spares of. Still hurts the morale. I mean, yeah, I can understand that, but it's an understandable, you know, ugh. That's rough, I'm sorry. I can understand, though. I've had, I don't really do painted models as much as I used to do sculpture. Like polymer clay. And I've had pieces that I've not necessarily dropped, but have ruined in other ways. I sometimes miss polymer clay work, and I wish I could get back into it at some point. But I've had times that I've messed it up on my own, just like stupidity. There was one time where I was doing the painting for it, and I saw like one thing online and said like, oh, you can wrap the piece in cellophane to sort of like keep the dust off and work with it later and everything, and plastics and polymers don't go well together. They don't play nicely. So the cellophane melted into the paint job I had done. Ugh, that was a rough one for sure. So yeah, I understand that kind of thing. Maybe not the exact same thing, but the craziness and frustration. Absolutely. You end up getting over it and rebuilding. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you know, show must go on type of deal, right? Alright, this needs to be moved forward. Just so I can get the feeling that it's in front here. There we go. That's a pretty important side to it, I think. I'm seeing the confusion here with the eye direction, but hopefully it's okay. Let me see if there's anything off here. I think the eye needs to be larger and more forward. And then bring this over here. The thing is like a little bit higher and wider, isn't it? It's hard to get right. The best I can get there. Stream long today, you're not overdoing it? No, I'm good. Like, we're like, I'm just trying to finish the eye. I'm literally just trying to finish the eye. I'm good, though. I'm good. I'll probably take a break after this, though, for sure. I don't think I've noticed that the Masterstudy ones kind of always go longer, because I'm just so determined to, like, finish it in the span of a stream, you know? But that alone also teaches me, you know, how to get to the point where you're, like, trying to analyze, like, okay, how much can I try to force through, right? But yeah, I think it's like particularly a Masterstudy thing. Because if it's other pieces, I'll be like, oh, I can always return to this, and the Masterstudies, I'm like, no, I must finish. But yeah, my other streams are not usually this long, I don't think. I think it's, like, particularly Masterstudy stuff. Alright. And then pure white here. The other thing is, if you notice, I'm not zooming in at all, so the actual piece itself is probably really, really rough, and I just can't see it from a distance. It's interesting how the slight change in shape changes the direction she's facing. I know, right? Yeah, it's kind of wild. I feel like the eyes are not at the same, like, level of elegance that the original piece has. I think there's, like, a really beautiful intensity that the original one has that I did not entirely capture. Trying to think if it's like a... Not really sure what it is. Maybe it's just a sharpness. Granted, some artists go insane with trying eyes. Yeah. You like the eyes on mine better? Really? Why is that? Alright, I think this might be a little bit. over just slightly. This has a little bit more of a scowl. And there's slightly more shading here to indicate the upturned, not the upturned, the creasing of the skin here. And I might have gone a little too far here. There we go. A little bit extra. The eyes on the original look like they were lifted from different illustrations? I'm not... Where... That's interesting. They feel like they match more. That's interesting that you guys say that. I wonder why that is. I can't really figure out why that would be. It's interesting to hear, though. Alright. See if I can get a little bit of extra oomph here. And then let me sharpen the chin just a bit more, because I see that that should be a little sharper. Yeah, just a little bit. And then this amount with the face should still be a little bit brighter, I think. But not to the point that it causes shading problems on each layer. There we go. And then with the background, we've got that speed going on. Probably dirt flying or something. And these are really sharp and small. And then I'll just add a little bit of an erase here, just to sort of fade it. Make this a little bit darker. Make an ever so slightly darker area here on the scowl. There we go. That's small, but that actually adds like a fair bit. Just to add a little bit more motion there. Alright. And I think that we are pretty much done here. I feel like... Alright, I'm gonna add one last area here. Again, this goes back into, like, this just is pushing that contrast that this artist seems to be really, really good at. We're just gonna do one more overlay here of just a little bit, not too much because it's still a very desaturated piece overall. And up here, I think. Just really subtle there. And then reduce that, just so it's a little bit brighter. Matches a little bit better. All right. I think that we are done here. A bit late, I found the speed drawing of Alchemaniac and Nami for CN AK stream. No spoiler there. Where should I post it? Oh, yeah, if you found a speed drawings and stuff, either you can post it in the images and media channel in the. Wait, you are talking about like official AK speed paint work? If you're in the Discord server, there's an images and media channel, or if it's a speed paint by a professional artist, you could also put it in the art inspiration channel. Corpo tells the difference between these two art. There is no difference. The mic on Star's version is a little larger and shinier, hasn't gone through as much wear and tear from use. That's fair. The mic I probably could have sharpened a lot more just because it is like a physical hard metal object. That would be like more extra rendering and stuff. But yeah, I think we're good here. I could probably like keep tweaking it and tweaking it and tweaking it, but I got the main idea that I wanted down. And I think that what this really taught me for this piece in particular is saturation, or not saturation, value contrast. So like the darkest darks and the lightest lights are present in this piece, and I think that's really where this piece in particular shines, is how much they push that. And if you were to put it into grayscale, if I have the actual layer on correctly, then you can see like how intense this is pushed, right? Overall, I could probably lift the face a little bit to the up to the right, but I'm not gonna bother at the moment. But yeah, I think that this was a really, really great study in understanding values. And I appreciate you guys for being here. Like I said, the studies do end up being a little bit longer than my regular streams, so I appreciate it lots. And yeah, if you haven't yet joined the Discord, it is a safe for work Discord. And there is a game chat channel if you guys want to talk about Arknights. Please no main story spoilers. There is a thread if you guys want to talk about like CN spoilers and stuff like that. But either way, tomorrow I'm gonna be on Irium, so that's on the other channel, and that's like a just chatting thing. But then Thursday we are gonna be back and tackling the main story. I think I'm at a tutorial at one point, so we'll start stream off with a tutorial, sort of get into the flow of things, and then see where things go in all of the chaos. Alright. Wherever you may be in the world or the many worlds beyond, I hope that you have a fantastic rest of your day, evening, or night. And thank you so much, Stargazers. And all the best.